Hello.
Okay.
A big applause. Give it.
Hello.
Yay.
Okay.
Welcome to EdTech Hack 2023 in Tallinn. I really like your spirit and you're ready already to hack, to be very, very excited. So let me give you a moment to introduce myself because before we start hacking, right? I'm Tallinna and I have the honor to be your host today for this event. And I have to say that education has been a very big part of my life. I'm already 7 years in Estonia. Originally, I'm from Greece. And I have been an educator in different countries. So to see and be here with you, all of you that see education and innovation as a passion and you want to change it, it's very, very inspiring. And let's rock these 3 days! But to make it inclusive and make sure that everybody can understand and everybody can listen, and as you say, I'm not alone in the stage, I have Janika Leoste with me, who is one of the main reasons that we are here, I would say. So I'll give the word to Janika to present herself, to summarize what I said in Estonian, and then we can move forward.
I'm a translator ja nüüd ma rääkan eesti keeles, et meie 3 päeva häkatoni mentor on Katariina. Katariina on Kreekast, aga ta on elanud juba 7 talve siin ja tema kõige suurem kirg on haridusinnovatsioon ja maailma muutmine.
Väga tore. I think that I'm gonna test my Estonian as well in this way. So why we are here and who else is joining you in this journey? You're not here by chance, and this is not a one-time event. We are here because we are part of the DigiEduHack or DigiEduHack, that is a digital hackathon taking place all over the world. And at the moment, we have 40 countries and 40 hackathons taking place all over the globe.
Ja meie häkaton on üks 40 suurest häkatonist, mis on siis kõik toimumas sellel nädalal DigiEduHack egiidi all. Ja tegelikult see kaart ei ole mitte DigiEduHackist, vaid need on kõik need riigid, kes on meie EdTech-häkil.
Yes, now I will translate from Estonian to English that actually this map doesn't show us the countries who are participating in DigiEduHack all over the world, but it's actually our nationalities and the people who are participating in the Estonian DigiEduHack hackathon, the EdTech Hack Estonia. So how these two are related? The 6 top ideas that will win from this competition will actually have the possibility to compete in the global level with the rest of the best innovation ideas across the globe.
Ja kuidas on siis Eesti EdTech ja DigiEduHack seotud? Väga lihtsalt. Meil on 6 häkkimise kategooriat ja iga kategooria parim, kes valitakse juba pühapäeva õhtul, siis konkureerib teiste ideedega üle maailma.
So you were going to compete with the best ideas from 40 different countries.
Te saate... I can't translate it. Okay. Selle ürituse kõige suurem väärtus on see, et lisaks ideedele te õpite ka 40 erineva riigi kohta. I'm as bad as ChatGPT.
Ei ole, kõik on korras. Everything is fine. So before we move forward to see the flow of today's day, I always like to give big shout-outs, and as you gave a big applause for kicking off the event, I would like to ask you to give a big applause also for our sponsors and our partners, because we are not just by ourselves here, and there are so many people in the background that have been working for a long time to make this a reality. So I would like first to name them, and then your warmest applause, please. The organizers and partners that have made this event happen, first of all, is the School of Educational Sciences of Tallinn University and Startup Estonia. Maybe we can translate it first, right?
Okay, it's quite difficult to make it, impulsive if we just now translate it. Ühesõnaga, enne kui me alustame, siis me tahaksime teha suure aplausi kõikidele nendele ettevõtetele, kes on teinud selle võimalikuks ja siis... Okay, I will translate it too. Haridusteaduste Instituut, Startup Estonia
ja EdTech Estonia.
Ja EdTech Estonia. Suur aplaus neile!
Yay! Thank you very much. And you'll see that we have much more sponsors and partners that we'll talk about them a little bit later today. But without further ado, let's go to the agenda. What is going to happen in the next 2 or 3 days?
Yes, throughout I just in Estonia. Vaatame nüüd kava, mis hakkab juhtuma 3 järgmise päeva ja ka öö jooksul.
No, yeah. So, what we're going to do today, at the moment we're doing a warm-up about the event, what it is, who has supported it, and who we are who are doing that. And then we will move with 2 very inspirational keynote speeches. Do you want me to go through the whole day?
Yes, go and then I summarize.
Yes, okay, let's do it like that. And then we will have the time for you to shine. I know that some of you are already stressed, but the things are pretty chill down here, so I'm waiting for you to join me over here to do the 1-minute pitching. Then we will form our teams and have dinner. After that, we will have another presentation on one inspiration speaking, and then it's the time to put your hands into the dirt, get together with your team, and start hacking. That's how our Friday night will come to an end.
Ja räägin lühidalt tänasest kavast, et eelsoojenduseks on meil siis 2 inspiratsioonikõnelejat, Haridus- ja Teadusministeeriumist Aivar Hiia ja Tallinna Ülikoolist teadmussiirde ja projektide keskuse juht Aija Saakova. Ja kui me küsisime, et millega nad inspireerivad, siis nad they didn't discover precisely, but they thought that it will be inspirational. So. Ja peale inspiratsioonikõnesid on siis 1 minuti idee tutvustused. Ärge muretsege, no worries. The aim is not to sell, aim to propose and invite. Ja peale seda on meil siis siin samas Astras on õhtusöök ja gruppide koostamine, aga tegelikult gruppide koostamine käib siin enne süüa ei saa. Yeah. You can't eat before you have formed the group. Ja peale õhtusööki on siis vägagi põnev inspiratsiooni esinemine TalTechi IT-teaduskonna dekaanilt Gert Järvanilt, kus ta räägib tehisarust ja tuleviku haridusest ja siis hakkabki juba häkkimine pihta.
Täpselt. And then Saturday is coming. Very refreshed after you have found out the idea you would like to work on. You will come here to have breakfast all together, and we will start diving into more technical details and any tools that you will actually need to use during the hackathon. One business model canvas workshop by Ahira, oh my God, I have to say that correctly. Wajahat, yes, Malik, that she's gonna show us the tools that we're gonna use during the hackathon, and then you will start preparing for the pitching training. You will meet a lot of mentors that will share, they will be here and online, that will share their expertise with you and make your idea shine. And you're gonna check with them twice during the day, and all the rest of the day is work, but of course lunch and dinner as well. Tomorrow you can eat, and lunch and dinner, either you work, either you don't work.
Ja laupäevane päev hakkab siis juba kell 9 hommikupudruga, sinna on ka moosi ja võid, both jam and butter to the porridge. Ja seejärel Pakistanist on Hira tulnud meile rääkima ärimudelitest ja räägime siis ka sotsiaalse ärimudelitest ja peale seda alustame juba pitchimise ehk siis esinemise treeninguga, lõunasöök ja seejärel suisa 2 kohtumisperioodi mentorite ja ekspertidega ja need näevad välja siis sellised, et algselt mentorid ja eksperdid külastavad teid teie tööruumides ja siis te saate minna nende juurde ja võtta juba personaalset nõu. Now you can translate it into English.
Actually, I can. So you can meet them in person physically, the mentors, and you can tap all their expertise and knowledge to your teams. I'm not sure, well, maybe that's why it's an educational hackathon, right? It's not only about them hacking ideas, but also for us to learn.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we can move to Sunday. On Sunday, we will continue with the pitching training in the morning. Prepare your slides, prepare your presentation, be ready to share with the world what you have actually created during this 2 days. Third and last checkpoint with mentors before the final presentation. Get your stomach full, and then we will start the pitching session. That will be 3 minutes per team speaking and 3 minutes of Q&A. The jury will get together and be ready to decide who are the top 6 teams and also distribute all the awards. And then it's going to be the party time of announcement of the award ceremony.
Ja 3. päeval saab hommikul jälle putru. Moosi ja võiga, precisely. Ja siis veel üks pitchimise treening ja veel üks checkpoint. Üks asi, mida sa siis saad ka rääkida, et pühapäeva hommikul need ideed, mis siis ikka veel kestavad, saavad oma ideed sisestada DigiEdu Hack rahvusvahelises portaali, et nad saaksid kogu maailmale näha. Ja juba siis kella 2 läheb lahti 3 minuti liftikõnede voor, kus on siis mõned küsimused. Ja kell 5 on siis võitjate valimine ja järgneb siis tort ja kohvi ja palju auhindu.
Oh, yeah. So I heard that we will have also cake besides many awards and coffee and tea in the end, which is very exciting. And also some technical details that we are going to tell you again and again the upcoming days as well, that on Sunday you will actually have the possibility to submit your idea in the DigiEdu Hack platform so you can share what you have created with the whole world, not only our PCKina in the real small Estonia, but using digital technologies and digital tools to show what you're actually building up. But we talk about, we are in a competition, right? So we have talked about the award ceremony, and it's great that you're here and you're motivated by your passion, but it's also very important that we reward all the initiatives that are actually doing with many awards. Janika, would you like to translate, and then I can go through the awards?
Yes, meil on põhifookus loomulikult üksteiselt õppimisel ja uute ideede väljapakkumisel, aga loomulikult lõpus peab keegi auhinnaga ka koju minema. Et palun tutvusta auhindu.
Yep. So our partner, Tallinn University, from STEAM for Edu cluster, is offering 6,000 euros to the top 6 teams by offering 1,000 euros per category for the selected team. Big applause. Woo-hoo.
I'm leading this cluster, by the way.
Woo-hoo. Thank you very much, Janika, for offering that.
Lihtsalt tagasihoidlik märge, et ma olen ka selle klastri koordinaator ja see oli väga oluline, et me toetaksime.
Täpselt. As we said, we have to reward as much as we can. 3,000 euros award is offered by Estonian Ministry of Education and Research.
See ei vaja tõlkimist. Haridus- ja Teadusministeerium on pannud välja siis vastavas rahalises vääringus auhindu.
1,000 euros award by Lions. Maybe I can go through all of them.
Yes.
And then, okay. 1,000 euros award by Ülemiste City. 700 euros award by Practical. 500 euros award by Tallinn Education Office. And 500 euros award by International School of Tallinn. Now that the money has been collected and you just feel them in your hands and you feel them filling up your passion to actually make your ideas come to life and let them shine, give them a big applause who will shape your future.
Ja võib-olla ma siis tutvustan ka auhindade jagamise põhimõtteid, et meil on siis olemas žürii, kes siis valib ühtsete hindamiskriteeriumite alusel kategooriate parimad ja kõik ülejäänud auhinnad on siis eriauhinnad, mida siis auhinna väljapaneja otsustab oma äranägemise järele.
I'm very happy that I understood that. I feel very proud that after 7 years in Estonia, I could actually understand that. So what Jannika was sharing is actually that we don't have only the financial and the monetary prizes that will be decided by the jury, but we have also non-monetary awards, the special awards by Taltech, by Telia, by Selver, Bonolab, and other partners who have decided to contribute and support our initiative. And these partners will decide which team is actually getting the award that they are offering. Was it that what you described?
No, but almost.
Okay. Then we have talked a lot and we have experienced how it is to be on stage and experiment with education and experiment with learning. So, one more to see who are our partners. Then it's time to give the word to other people, to talk about their experiences, to talk about their interconnection with education. And we will start with Aivar Hio, the Ministry of Education and Research Area of General Education, that he will talk to us about the past of education and the future. Where do we lead at?
Ja nüüd on aeg anda siis lava üle inspiratsiooni esinejatele ja alustab Aivar Hio haridusministeeriumist, kes räägib meile nii hariduse minevikust kui ka tulevikust ja Aivar, ma võtan sinu 10 minutit 2 lausega pärast kokku. So it will be in English, so thank you.
Big applause.
Hi everyone, and it's so good to be here for the 5th time in Estonia. We've managed to have an EdTech hackathon unlike any that I have participated in elsewhere. I wanted to start off by reminding you that technological developments in education have been around for a very long time. Before we had fancy robots, AI, any of the things that we think of today as educational technology. It actually started with very simple but helpful tools to ease human effort to learn and to share knowledge with each other. For most of human history, education was limited to a very few people. Societies were mostly busy keeping themselves alive, fed and roofed. Technology-wise, the students did not have access to education. The students that did have access to education simply listened while someone taught students. The teachers possessed simple handwritten books. Students mostly had scraps of paper to practice writing. That was their technology. Then came a technological leap. What was it? The printing press, for example. It made passing on of knowledge so much cheaper and therefore widespread. Since the creation of the mass formal education system, the printing press has really been put to good use indeed. Another technological innovation that we might not think of as such, chalkboards for teachers. This happened in early 19th century. Looked it up today, 1801. These were considered very expensive. Everyone was sort of convinced that this is too expensive to have in every classroom. Then students started receiving chalkboards for their own personal writing and practicing math. This too was considered too expensive and out of reach. But soon enough, everyone had chalkboards, and next, plenty of paper for note-taking. Later, textbooks started being published for some students. It is unlikely that we will be able to provide textbooks to all students in all subjects. This was a pessimistic reporter proposed in an Estonian newspaper late in the 19th century. Jumping ahead to the middle of the 20th century, universities started using those projectors, overhead projectors with those plastic sheets. I went to school, we still had those. And in the last years, I went to school, digital projectors, along with computers, started to appear in the classrooms. One teacher I had was so profoundly proud that she was chosen to have a computer and a projector that she used way too much at that time. So now we also have computers for all teachers. And schools usually have several classroom sets of computers to develop students' digital competencies. Teachers can increasingly differentiate tasks according to students' needs, share information at any time, have students do tasks together. We're seeing schools abroad, now at home, that provides computers for each student so that they can have even more flexibility in the learning process and have each student take on more responsibility and choice when it comes to what and how they learn. But this practice is still considered too expensive. So you see the pattern here. So why am I talking about this for so long? I simply want to emphasize that you, the people taking part in this hackathon as well, are a continuation of our capabilities, enhancing them, of simply sharing knowledge better and making learning better as we proceed. This has been going on for centuries, I should say millennia. So you are taking part of a larger process of knowledge-sharing revolution that is happening as we speak. And I really want to dispel another sort of misconception you might have. Technology does not simply get better in time if no one does anything. It takes vision, it takes effort, it takes persistent people doing hard things. I have some colleagues here who I know have been doing that process for a number of years. It takes action. But I think most of you actually understand that because you're here. Another hope I have here is that you have the wisdom to understand that none of this is actually about technology at all. Making education better in whatever way you're about to start doing it today is about so much more. When kids that are going to school today think about their most memorable moments and best sort of learning experiences, it's most likely not going to be an app that they remember. It's not going to be a process that they got to do things quicker and with less effort. It is much more likely to be about the people that they learned with, the teachers who inspired them, and the aha moments that they had when they learned something new. That good project that they did with someone or a group that gave them a sense of achievement and autonomy. These are the aspects that we remember from school. Like the teachers that were on a brief strike here in Estonia today, I see EdTech companies having somewhat of a thankless task as well. If everything is working, if everything is getting slightly better all the time, it is not worth mentioning much. It's natural. That's what we've come to expect from teachers and from technology. But it does not make your contribution any less valuable as EdTechs. Inching or leaping towards progress, saving teachers time with good learning management systems, making those aha moments better and more frequent for students with good learning experiences, even helping young human beings understand themselves better and to make their relationships better. We have some of these products here in Estonia developed by the community already. We hope to see more. You can all help with these challenges by developing good services, by looking at the challenges we have in education, honestly, and ideally with the help of science, and together with the learners and institutions you are trying to help. I can assure you that the ministry, we expect technological innovation to provide part of the solution. This is why we have, for several years now, supported the EdTech community here and have started to work even more closely with them. And here I mean both the domestic and foreign providers. Estonia welcomes all. So what are the challenges that, in the eyes of the ministry at least, need solving in Estonia that we hope you can help us with? First of all, like most countries in the world, we have a teacher shortage. We are struggling to provide incentives in a world where ever more flexible ways of working are luring people to other sectors and away from the teacher profession. It's a complex problem. While it is about salaries, yes, it is also, and that's for us policymakers to address, it is about so much more. It is about creating a modern and flexible environment so that teachers can see their working environment keep up with their peers in other sectors. This is hopefully where you can spot opportunities instead of problems and step up with your services. We also want to see a flexible education system in general, which also takes into account the needs of society and a rapid transition in numerous fields. Having you develop innovative ways to make learning more flexible in the education system and provide engaging content in any of these fields is what we really hope to see, and this is what we really want to reward when we get to that section of the hackathon. Lastly, about the challenges, and this is to possibly more for the local audience. Estonia is in a transition to an all-Estonian language-based education system. Innovative ways for contributing to the transition are really welcome, as we also work more directly with EdTech Estonia and other partners to fulfill this goal. These are the challenges that the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research would like you to address, and why we put out the €3,000 reward as well. To wrap it up, in Estonia, when it comes to education, we don't really want to see separate different sectors, private, public, NGOs. This is the education sector. And quality innovation here is all of our business. So I wish you all the best for the hackathon. Hope you get to the service, the prototypes you're trying to achieve to, and best of luck to the organizers here at Tallinn University as well. Thank you.
Yes. And then Janika will try to summarize a little bit all the beautiful insights that Aivar shared with us.
Jah, ma tunnen ennast nagu chat GPT, kellel on nüüd see 10 minuti tekst sisse laetud ja ma pean siis tulemuse andma. Töötan. Et Aivar rääkis meile hariduse minevikust, pannes meelde tuletama, et haridus ei ole olnud esiteks kättesaadav kõikidele, kuigi meie seda ei mäleta, ja kuidas tehnoloogiad, mis täna tunduvad meile ajaloo õpikust väga naljakad, olid ka väga kallid ja väga kättesaamatud. Nii et kui me täna häkime midagi sellist, mis tundub täna väga kättesaamatu ja väga kallis, võib see juba muutuda. Nüüd rääkides tulevikuharidusest, siis ütles Aivar, et ilmselt ei jää õpilased meenutama, mis oli äpi nimi või mis oli konkreetse vahendi nimi, vaid ikkagi seda, mis toimus koolis, milline oli nende heaolu, millised olid need uued teadmised ja seetõttu meil on väga oluline, et need uued väljakutsed, mida te asute siin lahendama, teeksid seda õppimist ja õpetamist nii õpilaste kui ka õpetajatele veelgi mugavamaks ja paremaks. Ja lõpetuseks pani Aivar südamele, et Eestis on meil praegu käimas ainult eesti keelele üleminek, et ka see on üks oluline osa, mis ilma tehnoloogiata toimuda ei saa. See oli parim, mis ma suutsin. Aitäh!
Thank you very much, Janika. And I think this is a very difficult word to summarize, the whole speech of a person in 1 second. And thankfully, we have very smart people with us who can do that. And without further ado, I would like to invite on the stage the second speaker, Aya Sakova, the Manager of Business Collaboration and Knowledge Transfer at Tallinn University, to talk to us about her own ventures and her own innovation journey in education, but also in culture. Please, the stage is yours. Big applause.
So welcome at Tallinn University. You, dear participants here and behind the screens, you are the engines of the change. So who am I? You already heard my title, but actually you don't know. I'm a literary scholar. I'm a humanist, right? So how did I end up working on that position? It's a long story, but I suppose you could say it's about making impossible possible, going from an idea to something that actually becomes a reality. So you know that, idea is one thing, but then also stay on that very bumpy road to get an idea into action or actionable. It needs a lot of failure, it needs a lot of iterations, moving perhaps not the straightest way, but you need to stay on it and it's possible. I wanted to perhaps give you 2 very short stories about my experiences on getting something into reality. So first of all, I already mentioned that I was trained as a literary scholar. I was trained to deep dive into texts, to put them into context, to understand their meaning today in the historic perspective. So I spent many years studying and researching, altogether 14 years in higher education systems. I know what a deep dive means, and I'm sure that all of you here are also deep divers. You're practitioners or educators, researchers, whoever you are passionate about what you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't sit here on a Friday evening, right, on this rainy day. And you know your stuff, right? So this is important. Secondly, I think curiosity or the willingness for a dialogue, yeah? You can, so I think also that's kind of my experience or my story, that although being a literary scholar and trained as one, I was very, let's say, upset about different disciplines, staying within the disciplines. I was really interested or longing for a dialogue, like, how could a humanist speak to a physicist, right? Or somebody actually like a researcher to a practitioner, right? So what is it about? Is it about curiosity and about the willingness to go into a dialogue, to be interested in the other as well? And that means also the ability to listen, to want to hear the other perspective. And I will come back to that as well in a minute. But before that, the 2 short stories, very briefly. One story of impossible becoming a possibility and reality was 5-6 years ago. My friends, artists and craftspeople wanted to create a private gallery at their home in the middle of nowhere in Estonia, in a place called Esna. If you Google Esna Gallery, you will find out. Basically, it's a village with 30 people living there, so nothing there, right? And they said, we're going to create a gallery here, and people will come and talk about it. So it seemed impossible. People were saying, okay, who's actually going to come here? How is it going to create revenue? Who's going to be interested? And all of that. During the years, I'm not going to tell exactly how, but during the years, the national broadcasting has been doing several stories there. The president visited them. They've received several awards. So Esna Gallery is a thing. It's working. It means, staying on your seemingly impossible idea. It seemed impossible. How can we do that? Second story is about society, about a literary society that I'm also involved in. It's about this Estonian writer, Ene Mihkelson. I believe she's an amazing writer. And when she died, a group of people formed a society, and they had this belief that teachers should work with her texts. Although her texts are considered a bit, let's say, intellectually challenging, they're not very easy to read ones, but they're very rewarding once you get into there, once you dive in deep. So we had this idea, teachers should engage with this text, they should teach that. Again, how are we going to do that? That's impossible, right? So they don't want to hear about this. Step by step, over the years, first we started with small training, trying to offer as scholars, as researchers ourselves some proposals how to work with those texts. Some teachers came. Last year, or actually this year, it was in this autumn, we had a conference where we had 90 teachers on spot physically there and 70 behind the screens. They were literary teachers, they were history teachers. And over the course of the year, we had, with 10 teachers, worked out programs how to actually realistically teach her texts in classes. So impossible is possible. So I told you about passion. I told you about the dialogue, being to listen to the other. One thing, what I want to give you perhaps with this listening is, you're very passionate about something, then you kind of get stuck also to your own idea, right? So you want to, push it through. That's a good thing. It's a very good thing. But sometimes you might want to also, in order to have other perspectives coming in, others also to have like a shaping on this idea, you might want to also step aside and look at it with a balcony view, right? One tool that you could use is also just put a piece of paper in the middle of a room, step on it, and pretend you're on a balcony and you're looking what's happening. It gives another perspective, believe me. So, what I want to say, be bold, because, you are the engine of this change. But also, when you leave here, after this very inspiring, very passionate weekend, also have patience. Stay on your idea. Go with it. It takes time. It takes time, but you will get there. And envision a bit further. So envision something that is impossible, that you don't know actually how to achieve. Then it's worth it. Thank you.
Aija Saakova andis meile sügavat mõtteainet. Ehk, et esimene mõte on siis see, et tuleks astuda dialoogi ideedega, tuleks astuda dialoogi võimatuga. Ja kuidas siis astuda dialoogi võimatuga, selleks on vaja esiteks väga sügavalt teemasse sisse minna ja teiseks täiesti piiramatu enesekindlusega uskuda, et see, mida sa tahad, muutub võimalikuks. Ja selle tõestuseks tõi Aija 2 näidet. Esimene täiesti võimatu missioon oli siis 30 inimesega Esna külla teha kunstigalerii, mida kõik inimesed käiksid vaatamas, täiesti võimatu. ja aastaid hiljem on ta väga kuulus. Ja teine näide siis õpetajate valdkonnast oli selline, et oli kunstiteadlane, kirjandusteadlane Mikkelson, kelle tekste on väga raske lugeda, aga neid oleks vaja õpetada ja neid oleks vaja teistele mõistetavaks teha ja aastaid hiljem jällegi on selle idee ümber tekkinud kogukond ja jällegi, mis on võimatu, on võimalik. Ja andis siis Aija meile ka väga praktilise nipi, palun ärge tehke seda siis selle paberiga, kui te hakkate oma meeskondi moodustama varsti, et te peaksite vaatama nagu rõdult. Ma nüüd teen sus restiga, et tuleb rõdult vaadata. Ja selleks rõdult vaatamiseks pange lihtsalt paber põrandale, astuge peale ja siis te vaatategi rõdult, nii et lõpulausena palus siis Aija teil jääda ka peale häkatoni nädalavahetust uskuma oma ideesse, sest ükspuha kui uskumatu see täna on, võib-olla paari aasta pärast on ta täpselt nagu näiteks kunstigalerii väikses 30 inimesega külas, kuhu kõik sõidavad vaatama või siis on teie äppil näiteks miljoneid kasutajaid. Aitäh!
Thank you very much, Jannika, for translating and reminding the key points that I shared with us. And thank you very much for this presentation. I'm a little bit sad that I'm not the one in your position today pitching after all these very important points that Aya has mentioned. But yeah, because I think it's very important what you're actually doing to not leave your idea to die and try as much as you can to make it true. And when you cannot do that, just do this little stepping with the balcony. I think I'm going to use that for now on. I really like it. Would you like to summarize or I can move forward?
Lihtsalt nüüd on teie kord ja kui te mõtlete, et võib-olla see pitchimine siin ees on natukene stressirohke, siis kujutage ette, et astusite balkonile ja kõik on hästi.
Yeah, exactly. So it's time for presentations and it's time for our pitching. I would like to tell you that we received about 50 ideas, and because we tried to do this event in a hybrid mode, which means that you are here in physical space, but there are also people online to give these possibilities to both. So we're going to do it? Firstly, do you want me to go through all the rules?
Yes, I will memorize.
Of course. Let's do it like that. So those that are here and idea owners, we are going to present your pitches per challenge. You're going to see in the screen the name I'm going to say to you, also the name of the teams. And if this idea is yours, I will invite you to please come down, and you will have a very special place over there together with the other idea owners of the challenge that you have submitted your idea. And then I'm going to call you one by one on stage to pitch your idea. You will see the name of, we will see about 50 pitches. It's quite long. So make it a picture from the names of the startups. This is my recommendation. Mark those that are interesting for you, so later on, when we finish the pitching, you remember who has pitched what. On the table for the idea owners, you will see some magnetic paper and markers, and then please write the name of your team and one-liner after your pitch. Don't stress so much. We don't want to stress you so much. So after you pitch, you go back to the couch, you take the paper, write the name of your team, and also in one sentence, what do you do? And you take that with you. We're going to use it later on today.
Et kuidas pitchimine nüüd välja näeb? Rõhutan, kes soovivad, võivad pitchida eesti keeles, teen ühe lause kokkuvõtte, et me hakkame pitchima kategooriate lõikes ja Katariina kutsub lavale siis kategooriate lõikes ideed ja siis tulete siia ette ja räägite oma 1 minuti loo ära, kui vaja astute sellele imaginary paperile. Ja kuna meil on hübriidüritus, et siis see tähendab seda, et online esinejad on meile salvestanud oma liftikõned ja need liftikõned siis tulevad meile vaatamiseks lõpus. Ja kuna see aeg on nii lühike, siis on suur palve, et kui te tunnete, et see idee teile meeldib, tehke foto, tehke märkmed, ehk et te saaksite pärast selle meeskonnaga liituda, sest iga idee esitaja, tal on paber ja sinna paberile ta paneb kirja oma idee nime ja ühe lause ja kui kõik listikõned on läbi, siis need magneetilised paberid kleebitakse siia seintele ja enne ei saa keegi õhtut sööma minna, kui nimi on kuskil meeskonnas kirjas, nii et võtke julgelt kampa.
Väga tore. Something that Janega mentioned, I forgot to mention as well, is that you can pitch in both languages. You can pitch in Estonian and also you can pitch in English. When we will finish with the in-person pitches, then we will see the online ones. And there is a trick here. So there are some pitches that are online, but the team is going to be physical. So if you would like to join the team, the idea owner will be here a little bit later with his or her paper, so you can actually join. So it doesn't mean that because they are online, you should not listen, right? Maybe we can...
Jah, et siin on ka paar meeskonda, kes on füüsilised, aga kuna idee omanik hilineb, et siis ta tegi meile lihtsalt video, et ikka saate sellega liituda keeruline, aga püüame aru saada.
Yeah, flexibility is very important, right? And I think, as I said, it's an education hackathon, but also we learn and we try and we experiment, so you can experience that as well. But we can start with the first challenge. The DigiEduHack has 6 challenges, or a little bit more, but here we have 6 challenges, and we have received ideas, your ideas in these main 6 challenges. And we will start with the first one, EduEmpower, empowering adult learners through technology. And I don't want this slide, I want this slide. So the ideas that the teams who have submitted their ideas in this challenge is decision maker. If you're here, please come down. It's data science and machine learning. If we have people from this team, please come to the stage. EDMPA workspace simulator that will be online, and also Edelais that will be online.
So we will check these online videos later on. So the first presenter has... I have to speak in Estonian.
Ready? I don't see somebody else moving, so... we can start maybe with the presentation. We have the... Yes, the mic.
Yeah.
Would you like to take the mic?
Maikista. Ühesõnaga veel kord, siis kui on tegemist online videotega, me näitame need kategooria lõpus ja siis ei ole miskit muud kui palun, lava on siin.
The stage is yours and you have 1 minute to present your idea. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Martin. I'm a decision maker. So when you have to choose between different alternative ideas, they are equally good or bad at the first sight, what method you use for that, or based on what you make your decision. My idea is to create an app that supports the decision-making process with the help of decision-making models. And during this hack, the focus will be on the model that is called Analytical Hierarchy Process Model. The method is actually quite easy. You have to compare alternatives pairwise to each other. For example, if you have to choose which car to buy, is the BMW more affordable than the Ford? But the outcome and the process can be quite messy if the data or number of options or number of criteria increases. So in this app, you can enter the options, alternatives, compare them, and the app will give you the results. And I'm looking for a UX designer, developer, and marketing specialist to my team. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, we can take the mic.
Aitäh. Ja Martin ootab siis oma meeskonda inimesi, kes aitaksid tal ellu viia otsustamise äpi. Et see on väga lihtne, et kuidas õigesti otsustada.
Thank you very much for the translation. So please take paper, write your team name, what you're looking for, maybe, and 1 sentence about what is your team. So I will need back my slides, if that's okay, or I can just, thank you so much. So fast, our team, that's amazing. And then we can move to the next category at the moment, that is enabling transformational learning through digitalization. And what we're what type of solutions we are looking for here is how we could use blended learning format to engage youth in a topic related to impactful outcomes. And the ideas that will come out of that will be actually utilized utilized in real life in a course related to digital and e-waste. So what solutions we're going to see here is how we could use digitalization to create blended learning methodologies to engage young people about sustainability.
Ja meie teine kategooria on siis sellel teemal, kuidas me saame läbi digitaliseerimise tegelikult õpetamisega vähendada oma jalajälge, et kuidas ta on siis nii-öelda digisäästlik.
Great, and then we can see which are the ideas that we have in this challenge. So it's remote control laboratory, evaluate and iterate, sustainable dreams. If you are part of these teams, please stand up and come closer and on the table, please, so we know that you're here. So we know how many people we are actually having and which ideas will present it. Bring the spotlight to your class, VOTEC, sustainability and circularity for young children, telephony app, Koit, AI tools for teachers in Estonia. You can actually go from the back and lead up on the table. Jannika, I need your help a bit. I think so many things are happening. My microphone is going away. The tablet is here. Teams are moving. I'm sorry, a little bit messy, but that's how live events are.
Sa saad meid kasutada jah, mikrofoni hoidina. Ma olen kasulik.
Quite, I said, yes, online teaching for regional schools, Study Notion, Provikivi Vol 2, Digibility V1 or VI, I'm not sure, the medical jacket and e-waste education and disassembly platform. Great, 2, 4, 5, more people are moving. That is great. So let's give a little bit more time for everyone to settle in.
Et siis ootame siia kõiki neid tiime, kelle nimi on siis ekraanil ja kes ees see mees või kes ees see naine.
Yeah, great. I don't know if it's a volunteering position to start pitching.
I just have a question. What category is that?
Excuse me?
What category is that?
Okay, then maybe we can start from that side, and you can be the first. Please come and join us on stage. Give him a warm applause, and don't remember to mention the name of your team.
Hello, my name is Thomas, and I'm presenting idea of a remote control laboratory. Let me tell you a story. When I was a student at the Taltech, then the corona pandemic started, and a lot of courses went online. But there was one type of course that did not go online, and it required active participation in class. And that course was related to laboratory. It was related to making working with physical equipment on spot. And that made me think that it's not actually necessary to do it, and there is a solution. And the solution is, or could be, a website where a student can come, a student can log in, book some virtual room or laboratory, and when a student enters this room, then there is a video camera where student can see the real physical equipment, and they can press buttons on the website where they can start equipment and turn it off, and get the measurement results visualized on a graph that can be downloaded and later analyzed offline. And the current solution, there is a prototype, so software part is already done, but we need people who would like to work on marketing and help to improve product further. And if someone is interested, then you are welcome to join the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aitäh.
You can please write your idea.
Aitäh ja Toomas kutsub teid liituma kaugjuhitava laboratooriumiga, kus siis te saate kõiki asju distantsilt teha, prototüüp on olemas ja nüüd on vaja lihtsalt toodet turule tuua ja annan mikrofoni juba edasi. Palun.
Tervist, minu nimi on Raivo. Mina olen mures vene koolide eestikeelsele õppele ülemineku pärast. Teatavasti tuleb eesti keele sõnu õppimise ajal hästi palju korrata, aga õpetajal on raske jälgida, kui palju ta mida kordas. Olen näinud ühes koolis, kuidas õpetaja oli pannud endale käise peale pika pabeririba ja seal olid need sõnad, mida ta pidi tunnis kogu aeg kordama. Esiteks on see paberi raiskamine, teiseks ei ole ka ülevaatlik. Ja siit tuli mul idee, et tuleks teha niisugune telefoni äpp, mis võtab kogu tunni üles ja näitab, missuguseid sõnu õpetaja on kasutanud piisavalt ja missuguseid ebapiisavalt. Mida liiga vähe kasutas, need sõnad on punased ja mida piisavalt, need on rohelised. Ja seda äppi saab kasutada terve tund, terve nädal ja aasta lõpus saab näha, kas õpetaja kordas neid sõnu, mida kõige rohkem on vaja korrata. Aitäh!
And Raivo will invite you to join his app calling repetitive words, and it will summarize all the words teacher has used during the school year, and then you can analyze whether the words were useful. So join Raivo, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Timer starts. Hi, I'm Kevin, and I'm the co-founder of Quite. So 2 years ago, when I was in high school still, we had a programming course in our class, which is mandatory for everyone. By then, I had about 10 years of experience in programming, so I loved the field. But we couldn't say the same about my classmates. They hated the platform, they hated curriculum, and they didn't want to continue in IT. That's why I figured out that I can do something about it. I created Quite, a programming learning platform that will make learning interesting in the classrooms, but also allow students to focus more on some specific part of the IT industry on their own. So we currently have a working prototype of our first course and our first platform from the student side. We're looking to develop the teacher side of things. So we're looking for teachers who are willing to co-design and collaborate with us, and also some mentors who are willing to help us with the business side. Thank you.
Aitäh ja Koit on saanud valmis juba suurepärase prototüübi, kuidas teha IT-õppe huvitavaks ja Koit ootab väga oma tiimi õpetajaid ja ka kõiki mentoreid kutsub ta siis valideerima oma toodet.
Before your speech starts, give me 1 second to remind to all the idea owners to write down your idea. Your pitch, your name of your team, and also the one sentence so that the people can actually find you. And remember to mention who you're looking for in your team, who you would like to have. So those that don't have ideas that would like to join you, they can see if they are a good fit or not. Sorry for that, but now...
Before starting speech, a short disclaimer. My solution is about adults and kids, so it's a multi-category. But
it's okay, it's absolutely fine.
Okay, just in case. So hello, I'm Eugene. I'm using recycled paper by giving this speech, and I'm considering myself a space hacker, whatever. So the problem is about educational challenge for organizations. They struggle with communicating sustainability and also creating this behavioral change in this sense. So we propose, again, an educational digital tool application which helps educate people, make this change real, and communicate organizational values. So we're using these such ideas from gamification, microlearning, basically, that's it. And from team side, we're looking for people who are interested in sustainability, in hacking things, in playing, and also in just making cool jokes. Thank you for your attention, and please join my team if you're interested.
Aitäh ja ja Eugen siis kutsub liituma oma meeskonnaga, mis on mõeldud jätkusuutlike otsuste elluviimiseks organisatsioonides ja väga mänguliselt.
Good evening. My name is Reigo and I'm from the team AI Tools for Teachers in Estonia. Our children are being taught by teachers who, unfortunately, at the moment are overwhelmingly AI illiterate. This means that they are not able to teach our kids how to best use different AI solutions to achieve their educational goals. This needs to change. In order to simplify the journey towards AI for our teachers, we plan to develop 2 AI tools that are specifically targeting teachers in Estonia. The first AI tool is a lesson plan generator, and the second one is an AI-resistant homework generator. Both of these tools are already up online and available for teachers to use, but they are not in Estonian language and they are not fine-tuned to Estonian curriculum. So our job is exactly that, to make these AI tools in Estonian language and to fine-tune them to Estonian curriculum. We are looking for a full-stack developer, but anyone who is interested in our idea is welcome to join. Thank you.
Ja Reigo on siis juba välismaa keeles saanud 2 tehisaru tarkvara valmis, millest üks oskab õpetajatele tunniplaane genereerida ja teine peilib välja, kui sa oled tehisaru kasutanud töödes ja oleks nüüd väga vaja see eesti keelde saada, et eesti õpetajad saaksid kohe kasutama hakata.
Natukene sassi selle tõlkega, et ei ole mitte tunniplaanide koostamine, vaid tunnikavad.
Vabandust, tunnikavad.
Ei ole mitte siis, et mingisugune äpp, mis otsustab, kas see on tehtud tehisaru poolt või mitte, vaid see on äpp, mitte äpp, vaid AI rakendus, mis aitab õpetajatel teha selliseid kodutöösid, mis oleks AI-resistant, ehk siis mis ei oleks sellised, mida sa lihtsalt copy-paste'iga.
-1 pärast lõpu pitchimisest.
You will have a lot of time to actually discuss in the dinner, but it's important that we have many ideas, so everybody can actually have the same chance and we will not stay here until midnight.
Aga võib-olla põhimõtteliselt, ei, ma ei luba teil tõlkida ise. Las olla põnev. Ma teen oma vaba tõlke.
Hello, my name is Maria. I represent team Proovikivi. You might have heard about the Estonian national curriculum and the strategy, and it says that our youth need to become good problem solvers who understand global and local problems and collaborate and basically become active, responsible citizens. But we also know that democracy is in huge crisis. According to the VDEM report, we are back to the level of 1986. And research shows that about 1/3 of Estonian youth are pretty much passive. So how can we activate young people? Well, also from research, we know that we need to give them practical experiences in school, and we're not doing that enough. So Proovikivi brings project-based learning and these practical experiences into schools. We help teachers, and we're building a platform whereby we want to show how youth are contributing to the sustainable development goals, to the Estonian national goals, solving local and global problems. And we're looking some people to help us take the next step with our platform, marketing, etc. So you're welcome to join us. Thank you.
Ma ei julge enam midagi tõlkida, aga Maarja siis kutsub liituma platvormi loomisega, mis aitab projektipõhise õppega aktiveerida noorte huvi otsustada demokraatias. Two microphones, what we can do. You can just switch. Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Ivan Gula, and this is Yaroslav Razumny. We are from Team EdTech. And we would like to start with the sad statistics that investments into Estonian startups have fallen from 1.3 billion euros last year to 150 million euros this year, as government and investors are just scared to to invest in risky projects during this current recession. We also have found that non-connectivity between schools and developers, and especially government, causes stagnation in emerging EdTech solutions into existing curricula.
So, VOTEC is democratic educational technology acceleration platform which streamlines the funding process, allowing educators, institutions, and industry leaders directly vote on which startup educational technology idea receives governmental or non-profit support, which enables to efficiently allocate resources and truly address the community needs, where the business model is non-profit based on private and public sector. We're looking for the software engineers, we're looking for the connection to the government and marketing team to build our core values of the company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aitäh ja tegemist on siis meeskonnaga, kes tahab ehitada platvormi, mis aitab otsustada, milliseid haridustehnoloogia lahendusi peaks finantseerima. Kas meil on veel?
I think that everybody has pitched from this challenge. So with
Big
this,
applause.
Yeah, big applause for the whole contributors. So many people in so big stage, right? We're moving from here, we're moving from there. People are coming and asking questions. Thank you so much for participating and for pitching. You can have a seat, keep your paper with you. We're going to use it in the team formation. And then we will move to the next challenge. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Let's try to do it as smooth as possible so that we don't pass through the cameras. If you have questions, try to find someone that has the linear saying organizer to ask your question. And yeah, we can move to the next challenge. I do challenge, and let's see, live stream challenge as well. So in that category, revolutionizing STEAM education with emerging technologies, what we're actually going to discover is how we can enhance the students' and educator technological literacy. We talked a little bit about AI or any other tools, how we can support the teachers to integrate creativity in the way of teaching, in the way of delivering their classes, and have a holistic learning experience in science, in maths, in technology, and engineering, a thing that most people don't like, including me at least.
Juttu tuleb nüüd siis matikhariduse märkimisväärsest uuendamisest arenevate ja tulevikutehnoloogiatega. Kuidas teile muidu need pealkirjad meeldivad? Tegelikult, kui ma nüüd väga ausalt üles tunnistan, siis neid ingliskeelseid pealkirju sai tehtud ühe tarkvara abiga. Aga ilusad, eks ole?
So the teams that we're going to invite, and they have submitted their ideas in this challenge, are social media platform for selling description of ideas, ScienceGram, a tool to find beauty of science concepts around you, VR STEAM Academy, after-school activities, IKRA or IKRA, learning through interactive quiz online, job board for academic research, science course. Do we have any of these?
I think that as they are all, most of them are online challenges, so you are going to check out these videos later, but we still have some. Et kuna enamus on online väljakutsed, siis koha peal on vähe esinejaid, aga siiski.
So we have 3 teams, as I see. Now you come to pitch or you come to ask?
Yeah, I came to pitch. Yeah.
I come to pitch then. Let's be the first. Yeah. Give her a big applause.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and I'm one of founders of ISA's idea trading platform. And currently, our application exists on sources like App Store and Google Play, and also on our. You can download it from our website isos.ee. And our application is for making auctions, making tenders, selling a description of ideas, and here also are possibility to make donations if you want. In my team, I would need someone from marketing area or a person who knows anything about advertising, for example. I'm scared of this stuff. So, do you have any questions?
Questions will be later.
Okay.
Thank you. Natali siis kutsub teid liituma oma lahenduse arendamisega, mis on platvorm, mis vahendab nii annetusi kui pakkumisi ja ka siis muid tehinguid siis vastavalt antud valdkonnas. Aitäh!
Hello, everyone. I'm Ping. I'm here with SIF Labs. We're a job board for academic research. But before I start, I thought I'd try to get everyone's attention. So I asked ChatGPT to write me a little poem about what we do. And I hope you like it. Seeking minds with research streams. A platform blooms, it gleams, linking labs and candidates bright. In the realm of discovery, a shared light. So that's the little poem, but what do we actually do? Is imagine a job board connecting potential future research students, PhD, masters, whatever, with research labs that are looking for bright minds to help them build or solve the big problems. And that's basically what we do. We're looking for anyone that's really excited about the idea or just keen about anything. And then, yeah, come say hello.
Okay. You can imagine. Et siis ootad oma meeskonda kõiki, kes on huvitatud õppimise ja teaduse ühte patta panemisest, aga lähemalt siis juba ühelauselisest tutvustusest. One sentence. Thank you. Yeah.
Next speaker on stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maxime from ScienceGram team. And engagement is a crucial feature of any education. And sometimes, sadly, STEM learners suffer from lack of this engagement. And usually this is because they can't just grasp interconnection between science concepts and their real-life implementations. For example, have you noticed what these vent pipes are really spiral? Haven't? Do you know why? So science is everywhere. Also, modern learners see the world usually from the lens of this device. So we decided to join the power and stickiness of social media apps, gamification techniques, and challenges to find and document science around you. Also, no pitch without a buzzword. Of course, we would implement integration with recent GPT-4 vision model to speed up the learning process, to speed up feedback loop. And actually, our team already all set. So just good luck for everyone. Thank you.
Aitäh ja Maximi äpp lubab siis muuta teaduse õppimise väga huvitavaks, et meeskond on juba koos, aga võib-olla mõni hea liige ikka mahub. Aitäh! Ja meil on kõik sellega ja siis online videod tulevad lõpus.
So I would like you to give a big applause to the presenters that have already shared with us their ideas. Thank you very much. Please keep this paper with you, and you're going to use it in the information to find your team members and make your ideas come to life. And now we're moving to the next category, that is Langbridge Edu, how to transform the learning experience in Estonian language studies. One way to do is to hire me and Janika and just go everywhere and translate and do this simultaneous translate, but I'm sure we have much better ideas. And I see many people moving around. Janika, you can translate, and in the meantime, please have all a seat on the couch before we start the pitching.
Et ja nüüd me ootame siis siia liftikõnesid pidama kõiki neid, kes soovivad muuta eesti keele õppimise kogemust. Ja siis võime vist alustada. Kõik on kohal.
I think there are more people
ei ole kohal, tuleb veel.
Tulge.
Tulge.
Ruttu.
Mida? Jah. Üleminek eesti keelele ja loodame, et on oodata ka palju eesti keeles lihtikõnesid.
No, vaatame. Let's see if we have many Estonian speaking pitches in this specific segment, as it is the main topic. Maybe I can move one of the microphones also on the table to make it easier, and I can call the person who is ready to pitch on stage. No?
Yeah, palun.
Tere, minu nimi on Elena. Mina olen vene rahvusest. Ma ise tean, kui raske on vahepeal õppida eesti keelt. Eesti keel ei ole üldse kerge keel. Ja ma kujutan ette, et on võimalik luua ühe mobiilirakenduse appi, mobiilirakendust, et see äpp võiks olla kasulik neile, kes ei oska iseseisvalt moodustada lauseid. Ning neile, kelle emakeel on vene keel, sest tehisintellektile ja tõlgeäppidele ei tohi loota, nad vahepeal tõlgivad ebakorrektselt. Üleminek eestikeelsele õppele võib osutada väljakutseks nii täiskasvanutele kui ka lastele. Näiteks leidub erinevusi eesti ja vene keele verbireeglitest ning sõnade järjekorda seadmisel. Otse tõlge tihti ei tööta. Toon ühe näide. Aita minule, kuid õige vorm oleks aita mind. Unustasin kodus, kuid tegelikult unustasin koju. Kus seda vene rahvusest inimene teab, kui keegi talle ei õpeta seda. Just siin tuleks mobiilirakendus appi. Minu eesmärk on muuta eesti keele õppimine sujuvaks ja efektiivsemaks. Kujutage ette, et rakendust, mis moodustab ette antud tegusõnale tuginedes sellele järgneva käändsõna grammatiliselt õiges vormis. Sa võid teada hästi palju sõnu, tuhandeid võib olla, kuid laused moodustatakse tegusõnade abil. Mina kujutan ette, rakendus loob võimaluse harjutada ja parandada lause ehitust. Näiteks see sõnajärjekord, ma mõtlen. Eesti keele verbireaktsioone, ma mõtlen, et see on õige küsimuse otsimine just tegusõnade jaoks.
Keda sa otsid meeskonda?
Ja ma otsin oma meeskonna need, kes kujutavad ette, kuidas ellu viia seda rakenduse, sest mina olen täiesti üksi ja ma löön kaasa koos teiega, kui te tulete appi.
Thank you. And here is Yelena. Yelena is a brave the teacher, originally Russian speaker, and she worries about how to form correct sentences because the grammar in Russian and Estonia is totally different. Я не знаю, как правильно, я просто говорю. And the next, please. Yes.
Tere, minu nimi on Anne. Ma palun vabandust, räägin eesti keeles, aga ChatGPT tõlkis kõik ära ja mina panin sinna veebilehele selle kõne. Nii, ja septembris 2024 haridussüsteem Eestis läheb üle eesti keelele. Ja meil ees kerkivad järgmised probleemid. Õpetajate järelkasv, õppematerjalid, didaktilise lahendused ja eesti keeles õpetatav ja õppiv eesti kvaliteet. Ja tekkinud olukorra tuleb leida lahenduse. See peab olema kindlasti nutikas, innovaatiline ja kergesti kättesaadav. Ja mina pakun keeleõpetajana ühe lahenduse ja see on nutiabivahend, platvorm Uhti. Ja Uhti aitab tööd meediamaterjaliga. Sina võid valida, kas sa tahad audio või videomaterjali. Kujutage ette, et õpetaja tahab leida materjali teemal rohepööre. Kuku raadios või uudistest või saadetest. Ja siis ta Uhti abil leiabki üles ja Uhti näitab, mis ajani räägiti antud teemal. Ja seal saab ka kindlasti Uhti abil muuta audiomaterjal tekstiks, siis saab nagu lugeril märkida need sõnu, mida sa ei tea, ja need sõnad kas tõlkida või leida sellele seletuse või põhivormid ja pärast ka välja printida. Õpetajad hüppavad lakke sellest. Ja ma olen üksinda, see on minu idee ja ma usun, et Las Uhti uhab ja meie õpetajad on õnnelikud ja rahul ja ma vajan kõike, kes oskab IT abil lahendada antud ideed ellu viia.
Aitäh! Thank you. And now there is another really brave teacher who worries really how we can transform our educational system in a way that all Russian speakers will move to the Estonian speakers. So there is a need for dedicated platform to help to find the content, and everybody is welcome. But please, the next one.
Hello, my name is Diana, and I represent Team Estonian Odyssey. And imagine a world where Erasmus students come to Estonia, and just in a few months they're able to communicate Estonian with locals and manage their daily lives independently. And that's our ultimate goal for our project. We are developing a narrative-based learning game to learn Estonian. And basically, we're going to have a bunch of interactive stories with beautiful illustrations to put students into situations from daily life of Erasmus students in Estonia so that they could learn Estonian language better. So keywords here are gamification of learning, language learning. It's narrative-based learning, situational application, and that's it. If you're ready to join the crew of Estonian Odyssey, just find me or any of our teammates. And currently we're looking for mentors and probably partners for our project, because we are looking for ways to apply this technology to bigger projects. Thank you.
Aitäh. Ja kui te kujutate ennast ette välistudengina, kes tuleb Eestisse ja sooviks paari kuuga juba eesti keeles juttu rääkida läbi selle, et te mängite läbi mängulisi reaalolukordi, siis olete oodatud meeskonnaga liituma.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Tim.
I'm Arthur.
And we believe in channeling your screen time from social media usage into meaningful language learning. So right now, when you're learning such a hard language as Estonian, there are two main problems you face. First of all, it's lack of discipline, which leads to inconsistency, and also overall distraction from social media. So we all been there when your initial motivation is gone, and instead of actually completing your daily exercise, you just go procrastinating on TikTok or Twitter. So we are solving this problem with our innovative Estonian language learning app Inu, and in our app, people are able to set their daily goals of how much exercises they want to complete. And the app makes sure that you actually stick to those plans by restricting access to all of your social media till you complete your daily exercise. So next time when you have a 3 minutes on your daily commute or during a break, you are actually will go to our app and learn language instead of scrolling mindlessly on Instagram.
So by the end of the hackathon, we expect to create a simple prototype using Figma. So we invite designers who find our idea interesting, but also mobile developers to help us with the technical side.
Yeah, basically.
Aitäh. Ja selline äpp, kus siis te ei saa minna enne sotsiaalmeediaga tegelema, kui te ei ole seda veetnud kasulikult keelt õppides, et käitumise muutumise äpp, kui te selle valmis teete, küll maailm muutub paremaks.
Some teams receive also double applause. I'm sorry for that. I'm just thinking that I'm the only one talking, or when Yannick is talking, I think it's the same. So sorry for this. One team is applauding once, one team is applauding the other. Just to clarify, and just a kind reminder to keep the times, because each team has about 1 minute. So when you see for the upcoming challenges that you have 10 seconds, you have to wrap it up. You're presenting 2 of you, so that's why I cut you. No, it's fine. It's not that I want to be strict, and my culture doesn't allow me to be on time because I'm Greek, so I'm also late. But let's not do it too late, just late.
Hoidke ajast kinni. Estonian is a short language.
Not absolutely, yeah. In Greek, I need 5 minutes to say that. In Estonian, it's 3 words. The stage is yours, and good luck for your pitch.
Thank you so much. My name is Osama. Imagine you're me in front of the dairy section at Rimi. What is the difference between Pim and Pima? What is Vahukor and what the hell is Kohuke? All these difficulties appeared when I arrived to Estonia. Everyday life became quite a bit more difficult. But what if there was a way to prepare beforehand, a comprehensive tool to learn and prepare for the oddities of Estonia and Estonians? We are offering a VR-based language learning app to make preparing for everyday life in Estonia a lot easier. The main benefit being it is easily deployable, available worldwide, and very modular. Essentially a better Duolingo for the Estonian language, VR in your phone. So the next time a guy like me wants some cream for his curry, he knows how to ask what is kor, what is cream, so he doesn't end up with a cake. Thank you.
Aitäh Osamale ja kui te siis soovite teada, kuidas VR-i abil aru saada, mis asi on kohuke, millest keegi aru ei saa, siis liituge Osama tiimiga. Palun.
Tere, minu nimi on Maret Vandal ja olen eesti keele õpetaja muukeelses koolis. Ja idee nimi on Õpivaim. Näen vajadust luua võrgupõhine õpetajate õpiring ja see võiks teoks saada näiteks telefoniäpi kujul. Nüüd eestikeelseid haridustehnoloogilisi vahendid keeleõppeks on loodud nii õpilastele kui ka õpetajatele. Peamiselt keskenduvad need aga lauseehitusele, sõnavara täiendamisele ja nii edasi. Aga eestikeelsele õppele ülemineku valguses tekib õpetamiskeele vahetuse tõttu õpetajatel vajadus täiendada ka oma ainekeele oskust. Kasutada töös lakkeõppemeetodeid ja vahetada kogemusi kolleegidega. Vastav võrgupõhine keskkond aga puudub. Õpetamiskeele vahetuse tingimustes töötavatele õpetajatele on lisaks ainekeele oskuse täiendamisel oluline ka emotsionaalne toetus ja võimalus oma kogemusi teiste samas olukorras olevate õpetajatega jagada. Ja peaksime mõtlema, mis veel peale haridustehnoloogiliste vahendite võiks toetada õpetajat. Siis minu rakendus võimaldaks luua võrgupõhiseid õpetajate õpiringe ja tugigruppe. Ja seal oleks võimalus tutvuda teemapõhise ainesõnavaraga ja näiteks saada ka keelekiirabi üksteiselt. Aitäh!
Thank you. And there is a supporting cloud-based solution for teachers who have to change their teaching language from other languages to Estonian, and teachers also need support. So who is interested in this topic, please join the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Tere, ma Rasmus. Meil head tiimi nime ei ole, aga me tahame prototüüpida sellist klassiruumi laua peale projitseerimise lahendust, mis muudaks siis keeleõppe interaktiivseks ja kaasavaks. Et selline prototüüp on plaanis valmis teha. Otsiks võib-olla eesti keele õpetajaid või õpilasi, et jah, aitäh.
Thank you. If you would ever imagine that you need the project to classroom on the table, then join the Erasmus team. Thanks.
Great, and with this speech, I think we conclude also this challenge in this category about bridging Estonian and English language. So thank you very much for your pitch and your time. Big applause to the whole challenge solution providers. Remember to take the paper with you, and we will see you in the Teams formation. Then we can move to the next challenge. I don't know how tired you are. Can I see some thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay. Still, I can see some thumbs. That's good. So we will have 2 more categories to go, and quite many exciting ideas. The next category, the next challenge that we're going to dive into is fostering seamless teacher succession and school excellence. Here we have 2 teams. I teach and empower school leaders through visual facilitation. So if the team's representatives are here, please start coming to the stage. And Janika, maybe you can introduce the challenge in Estonian.
Jah, järgnev väljakutse on siis pühendatud juba koolijuhtimise ja õpetajate heaolule, ehk et kuidas siis tagada õpetajate edu. Palun.
Great. You're coming to pitch or you just want to... Okay.
Just running around.
We are doing a type of different types of
exercising
and competitions. Maybe we're doing a beauty competition as well. So the stage is yours and 1 minute to go. Good luck.
Hello, I'm Kati from Clar Education, and we believe that excellent school starts with excellent leadership. We interviewed over 30 Estonian school leaders who pointed out one challenge they face quite often, that teachers don't feel connected to the bigger and overall vision of the school, and therefore it makes it harder to implement changes and development processes. We want to empower Estonian school leaders through visual facilitation in their visionary and everyday work. So our solution is educational ecosystem that offer tools and resources created on the principle of visual facilitation for their professional development, team empowerment, time management, and effective leadership. So our desired outcome is excellent schools that bring out the best in school leaders, teachers, and students. And we are quite completed with our team, but if there are any school leaders, you are welcome to join us. Thank you.
Aitäh! Ja ega siin muud ei olegi koolide paremaks tegemiseks, kui teist keegi on koolijuht, siis liituge ja mõelge kaasa, milliseid töövahendeid on vaja, et õpetajad tunneksid ennast võimestatuna ja koolijuhid oskaksid neid siis õigesti juhtida. But we can now move further.
Of course.
Yes.
Always. And we have the last, but definitely the not least challenge, as we received 17 different ideas here. So the last category for concluding the pitching marathon, I would call it today, is the enhancing personalized learning in digital age, which actually here we have the submission of ideas that transform classrooms through personalized learning. Maybe I can show on the screen which are the ideas. I can show the names. So basically, if you haven't pitched already, it's your time to shine. So start coming more down, and please don't come through the cameras. Go around either from the top or from the back.
Tulge alla.
Yeah.
Me ei hakka seda ette lugema, muidu me ei saa kunagi õhtusöögile.
But of course we have models as well who wants to show. That is absolutely fine. As the teams are coming to our stage, I just want to remind that you have 1 minute to present. When the 10 seconds shows in the clock, please pay attention to that. And after this challenge, we're going to move to the online ideas, the pre-recorded sessions from the idea owners. But whoops, no, it's not time for the break. It's the time for the presentations. There is one microphone already on the table, so I would like to invite the person who is ready to start to have the floor. Hello. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. It's very special being with you all. Great ideas. I want to invite you to the world's funnest international party online on a weekly basis for free, where all of you with ideas can introduce them to students, teachers, and schools from all over the world. I'm the director of Link Online Learners. We've started 4 years ago, and during that time, we've had users from 50 different countries embarking fun and unforgettable memories. Join our network and introduce your ideas, get real feedback, and see what users think about it. For our team, we are looking for IT, software developers, and people that can really scale up, matching the quality of these sessions with the IT world. Thank you, everyone.
Liituge ideega, kus te saate kokku, kus siis saavad kokku teie... I can't translate it, so helps me. Just can you summarize in one sentence your idea? It's a platform for collaboration.
International community platform for exchange.
Ja, vahetage ideid, mõtteid, raha, platvorm vahetusteks, rohkem inimesi juurde vaja. Please, next.
Hello, everyone. It's good? Okay. So when it comes to personalized education, usually we just think about how to learn what. But the question actually we are looking to find an answer for it is that why to learn what? And this is what we are going to do actually. We have created a system in our local language, actually in Persian, and it's working right now. It's an online counseling service to help the students, the teachers, and the educational system that what is good for a student to learn for a better future in his job. So our team is already completed, but we are looking for mentorships, and we want to find how to commercialize our system or how to make the business model better for the European market. Yeah, thanks.
Aitäh. Ja tegemist on siis lahendusega, mis aitab õpilastel aru saada, miks nad peavad üldse midagi õppima ja kuidas aitab neil tööjõuturuks ette valmistada.
Next, please.
Hello. My name is Mercedes. When I was a teen, like 30 years ago in the 90s, I read a book, a science fiction book. I'm really loved through all these years. This book is called The Diamond Age. If any one of you has read it or know about Neil Stephenson, he's the author, you are invited to my team, please. In this book, in a future society, the society is divided in 4 big cultures. One of them is being educated through an AI-powered book. And a part of the history of the book, which I really recommend, now 30 years later, we can do this. This can be really a game changer in education worldwide, because we can make these AI-powered tools. And basically, that's what I'm working on. If you are into AI or algorithms, please join my team. Thank you.
Aitäh. Kui te usute tehisaruga koos õppimisse, siis liituge palun tiimiga.
Hi. Education is a crossroad, and currently we have a student who finds subjects like chemistry and natural science very difficult, and they lose focus while in class. And also, study has shown that teachers nowadays have excess workload as a result of this, trying to impact each student on a specific subject. So I and my team has reviewed this, and we have come up with an idea to create a platform, an AI-based platform, that will help teachers upload their curriculum, and this AI will actually create a study plan for students, and they have to experience they have to have this experience in the class. So we're actually looking for computer science students, like those in the UI and UX designers, and also marketers to help us with our projects. And also, with the help of others, we can make AI more useful than social media in learning. Thank you.
Aitäh. Ja meeskonda oodatakse siis liikmeid, kes tahavad panustada sellise platvormi loomisesse, mis aitaks õpetajate lai abiga luua õppekavasid.
Hi, I'm from Team Digiabi, and we are trying to solve 2 problems. Firstly, older individuals struggle with modern technology due to unfamiliarity and resistance to change, risking feelings of exclusion as society becomes more digitally driven. The coronavirus pandemic showed us that a lot of teachers were really struggling with the lessons they had to give through the internet, and that directly affected the quality of education of our students. Secondly, youth unemployment. A widespread issue stems from various factors hindering young people's access to initial job opportunities. This may be caused by companies who require initial job experience. And we are trying to solve this issue by creating a network of young people who teach the elderly how to use the internet to make their life better. And that would be their first job. So that will solve these two problems. Thank you.
Aitäh! Ja kes on huvitatud sellise äpi loomisest, mille abil me saame vanemaid inimesi siis digitaalsele elule lähemale viia, samal ajal siis ise sellega teenides, võtke ühendust.
Hi, I'm Guy from Transvaal. In a daily life, secondary economics student. On average, people remember only 4% of what they learned in school, since a lot of information is crammed, and there has always been this belief that repetition is the mother of wisdom. But the formula for long-term memorization has another important but oftentimes overlooked aspect, which is grading associations. But this one could be sometimes really hard and it takes more time, so cramming is a shorter way out. And that's where we come in. We are building a memory techniques-based platform to facilitate the exchange of various tested ideas for associations in a collaborative way, to help students memorize various fields of data more effectively. We are looking for a developer, teachers, and other memory techniques enthusiasts. Thank you.
Aitäh! Ja kes on huvitatud liitumast meeskonnaga, kes usub, et õppimine toimub paremini siis, kui me suudame luua seoseid selle asemel, et asju tuimalt korrata, palun liituge.
Hello, my name is Kuldar. I am a study drive team leader. I came to this event to gain experience and learn. Well, maybe my school wanted me to come here as well a little bit. My idea is to revolutionize studying through AI and chatbots like ChatGPT, for example. But it has a huge flaw. For example, it is not designed to teach people. It is more designed for general purpose. And it can be difficult to learn new stuff more quickly, because my idea is to create something that would be more efficient, as that also creates motivation to study, of course. And I am looking for as many team members as possible, because I need to create something quite big. Even if I'm trying to make it into a small scale, it is going to be difficult. Thank you.
Aitäh! Ja kõik, kes usuvad sellesse, et GPT ja sarnaste mudelite võimekus on piiratud, sest nad ei õpeta, vaid on lihtsalt tarbimiseks, siis liituge meeskonnaga, et luua midagi tõeliselt suurt, mis ka õpetaks.
Hello, everybody. I'm Igor from SpeedRead Pro. And as you guess, we're helping people to read faster. Basically, that's super important for the quarter of people who read at least one book per year. Because these people are unsatisfied with the amount of people they have read through the past year. So basically, that's the problem. We're trying to find the solution. And the main goal for this hackathon is to complete minimal viable product. So in our team, we have 2 software developers, and we are open to marketers and everybody who like our idea. Thank you.
Aitäh! Kui te tunnete, et te loete liiga vähe raamatuid, mida te kahtlemata teete, siis liituge tiimiga, mille eesmärk on lugeda kiiremini ja siis te loete rohkem raamatuid. Palun!
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo, and our project wants to bridge language gaps to foster personalized learning. We plan to design a solution to help students, especially learning in their second language. That's why we want to bring language translation into every student's learning tool. The thought process is similar to Grammarly, so we want to tailor according to the students' needs, their language level. I'm a A1 in English, I'm a B2. So the idea is to offer language translation, some gamification elements to track their progress in it, offline dictionaries, and language simplification if possible. So if you want to join us, you are welcome. Thank
you. Muchas gracias. Si te gusta la idea de... Vabandust, ma pidin eesti keeles. Ühesõnaga, tegemist on siis äpiga, mis aitab siis õppida keelt teise keelena ja määratleb ära siis selle taseme, kuhu te soovite jõuda.
Okay, is it final idea? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna sing a song. No. So how many people from Tallinn know why Tallinn's airport have the name is named in the name of Leonard Mary? Okay. Yes, but check out this story. It's cool. So my name is Stas. I'm from Tartu, and I do tell stories. I'm a guide there, and what I found sad that a lot of tourists that they come to Tartu and they're like, oh yeah, we had one day, and we decided to we had a week. We decided to visit Estonia. But what I see after the tour, that people are very excited about the story of this region. They want to check out more, but there is not a lot of materials. So our team basically came to this hackathon to see what possibly the solution can we build to help people to connect with Estonia and come back next year, spend more money. Yeah, that's the logic. Yeah, thank you.
Aitäh, et kõik, kes siis soovivad panustada sellisesse äppi, mis muudaks Eesti ja meie linnade külastamise rohkem meeldejäävaks turistidele, palun liituge meeskonnaga.
Very good. Thank you very much. And with this pitch, the final in-person pitch, we are concluding the in-person pitches for today's competition. And I can release the team, the team or the challenge solution providers, I would call it, from the stage. Thank you very much for your presentations. A big applause, please. And now we're going to move to the online pitches. As we mentioned also some hours ago, if you remember, after so many pitches, what we discussed is that our event is actually hybrid, which means that we're having a competition going on in person and also some ideas online, but we have received some in-person ideas in a pre-recorded way. Now we're going to watch them all, the one after the other, without stopping in terms of describing which challenge it represents. If you find it interesting, keep some notes that you want to contact them later, and in case the idea owner is in person, you can join their team. If you are from those that have sent already the videos and you are here, as you have seen, people are coming here back and forth, so you can actually come and show yourself up, so we know that you're here. And please take a seat, write your idea, so then you can form your team.
Ja nüüd me vaatame üle siis kõik online, interneti vahendusel saadetud liftikõned ja mõned neist võivad olla sellised, mis on ikkagi ka kohapealse väljakutse jaoks, et inimesed jõuavad siia siis natukene hiljem ja me ei tee paraku siis katkestusi eestikeelse tõlke jaoks, aga loodame, et seal on väga hea kehakeel. Nii et hakkame vaatama.
Thank you very much. Technical team, when you're ready, please let the run show.
Imagine a world where e-waste isn't just a problem, but an opportunity for education and change. Our
So if we
e-waste
could fix that, that
education
would
and
be
assembly
great.
platform and imagine a world where e-waste isn't just a problem, but an opportunity for education and change. Our e-waste education and assembly platform envisions just that. It's a robust web and mobile app educating users, especially students, in safe e-waste assembly, offering a virtual assembly simulator, education resources, and hazard-free toolkits. More than just learning, it's about action. Our platform connects users with certified e-waste recycling centers, ensuring responsible disposal. It's not just reducing environmental impact, it's empowering students, promoting responsible disposal, and fostering community engagement. A movement towards a sustainable, informed, and responsible future. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Arsen. I am the CEO and co-founder of EdMap. Nowadays, many learners fail to enter job market because of the lack of industry experience and undeveloped soft skills. And every time they've been rejected with the same feedback. Sorry, but you don't have the industry experience. EdMap is a learning ecosystem that aims to preach the education and career success. EdMap is a workspace simulator that mimics all the processes, workflows, and roles that there is in the industry. We are a team of 4 individuals who are very passionate about education, and each of us face the problem I mentioned today, and we gather together to solve for the upcoming generations. Currently, we are searching for a software engineer. Everyone interested can let me know, and we discuss our potential collaboration. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Davi. Have you noticed that search engines are kind of bad if you want to search for study materials and educational content? So my idea would be to build kind of like a layer over different search engines using large language models to help users to find the material they're actually searching for and put it in a certain structured way, like pipelines. So you have a search pipelines based, for example, on curricula or the study subject the user wants to learn. I'm looking for programmers, somebody who understands large language models, designer, and people who use or design study content. Thank you.
The challenge of enabling transformational learning through digitalization. My idea is evaluation and iteration, and this can help refine educational practices and enhance overall learning experience for students. How I'll imagine this could be solved is by continuous evaluation, data collection and analysis, feedback gathering, benchmarking with other institutions or other countries that are already doing this. Also bring ideas on areas that needs improvement. At the same time, we also have to make changes based on the ideas that are received. And then we need pilot of new ideas, professional developments, and also monitoring ethical and legal considerations. And all this, I believe, can help in the situation.
Hi, I am Kalam Azad, founder of Ikra. Ikra is a TikTok-like app for learning ecosystem. But instead of video, a content creator will create multiple choice quiz for different topics. These topics may vary from preschool to research, cooking to new language learning, anything related to learning. And user can practice and engage in learning on the go. There will be profile follow features which will help user to get updated from their favorite content creator. Ikra will create a win-win ecosystem for content creator and user. Content creator can monetize from their content, which will boost the Ikra content database. Our NPV is nearly ready, which will be available in next 45 days. Thank you very much.
Imagine a classroom where every student has a personal tutor tuned to their mental and academic needs. This is what we are building here. Students must face tough challenges. A student must learn to balance studying hard topics with stress and motivation, and they could use some more support. Our open source social robot prototype, equipped with OpenAI and emotion sensing tech, is an all-in-one academic support package solution, a game changer. This prototype understands student stress and engagement and provides morale boosts and tailored help just like the perfect tutor. Our solution is for every student. It's a platform for schools and families looking for a well-rounded academic success. We take advantage of intuitive natural interaction to provide a unique blend of mental and academic support and all-around approach to learning. Join us now in upgrading education with a better experience. Your support today helps nurture the potential of tomorrow's scholars and innovators. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tallinna, and the idea that I'm proposing tackles the topics of sustainability and circularity. Basically, what I want to do is to create an educational resource kit that will enable teachers and schools in underdeveloped communities to teach their young students about these topics. Why is it important and why I need your help? Well, because from personal experience as well from what studies have shown, underdeveloped communities struggle to implement and support sustainable practices into their day-to-day life. More than this, it is an acknowledged fact that early childhood education plays a significant role into the development of students. Therefore, I think that by creating fun and engaging resources, we can enable teachers in their attempt to create transformative learning experience that will later on translate into actions taken into the community. So if you have any ideas on how to explain sustainability and circularity in a fun, engaging way and have the skills to help me create that, or if you also believe that we need to spread and start a conversation about sustainability in all communities, then please join our team and help us reach our goal, because in the end, it's a big deal. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tallinna. I'm an educator for the past 20 years and the product designer for the last 4. The challenge that I would like to focus on is making learning about sustainability engaging and fun. And the solution I thought of is a tool, a template that educators can use when doing project-based learning with their classes. The educator will get this template with some preset resources like articles, podcasts, and tools that the participants can use. They can adjust it to fit their context. And when projects are ready, the participants fill in a form about their projects, and then those projects are displayed dynamically on the website. Students can use this as portfolio pieces. They also can see projects from previous years and maybe from other disciplines, and they can build on them. At this point, there is no coding involved. This concept could be built using no-code tools. Join me to refine the concept and the no-code template. Thank you.
Imagine you're me, in front of the dairy section at Rimi. What is the difference between PIM and Pima? What is Vahukor? What the hell is Kahukin? All these difficulties appeared when I arrived to Estonia. Everyday life became quite a bit more difficult. But what if there was a way to learn and prepare beforehand? A comprehensive tool to learn and prepare for the oddities of Estonia and Estonians. We are offering a VR-based language learning app to make preparing for everyday life in Estonia a lot easier. The main benefit being it is easily deployable, available worldwide, and very modular. Essentially, a better Duolingo for the Estonian language VR in your phone. So the next time a guy like me wants some cream for his curry, he knows how to ask, what is kor? What is cream? So he doesn't end up with a cake.
Subtract 1 minute from your final speech.
Lovely. I think it was not planned to be like this, but I think we all enjoyed it with some Estonian words and also seeing him pitch twice. But with that, we conclude actually the pitching session, and I would like to congratulate you all for all the effort that you have put here. It may seem easy to be down here, but it is not. So big applause to all of you who have done that.
Suur aplaus kõikidele, kes te võtsite julguse kokku ja tulite siia balkonile. paberilehe peale.
I think we are in the balcony.
Yeah, we were in the balcony, jah, meie olime. Aga nüüd siis kõige tähtsam, kuidas need meeskonnad moodustatakse.
Yes, firstly, I would like to, we are still here. Here I want to go. I would like to invite the people who are watching online to take some time to go for a break and return back at 7 when we will have the next inspiration and the last inspirational talk for the day. Thank you very much for watching. And for those who are here, what we're going to do now, before we're going to eat, is that we're going to form teams. And how this will take place. I wish I will get the slides. Yes, I have my slides. That's amazing. So some little rules about how the team formation will go on. One main rule is that each team should have 3 to 8 members.
Well, that's a good question. It's oh, sorry. I think it has changed in the sense that I've been engaged in teaching sustainability and environmental management for engineering students for 40 years, and I think back in the 80s. And early 90s, it was very much centered around the factory, you could say, what we have called cleaner production, environmental management systems. So at that time, I think IT was more a tool for doing mass flow analysis and life cycle assessment and so on, while then it has broadened and you have much more focus on the product and the broader nowadays you could say circular economy. So some of the rather simple tools we applied back in time is now much more digitalized and much more easy to use, in fact, also. So in that sense, you could say, from a tool perspective, IT has become much more helpful, and it also now you can do a lot of these online videos and a lot of materials online, so you can ask the students to read and look at the videos beforehand. That was definitely not there 30 years ago. So I think seen as a tool, it's we have much better tools for doing using IT as part of the education. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of think that you can see it as a dual transformation, both the sustainability part on the one side and then the digitalization on the other side. And I think the students today have much better options also of learning what's going on in if they work especially with one company to see what's going on in others. But I don't think it's still really important to have the hands-on experience, also go and analyze a specific company. For example, I've just been to a big kind of conference combined with showcases of what's going on within the building sector and so on. And so it's I don't see it as digitalization and IT will take over. It's more like an additional tool that gives more options. And you can also say there's a lot of focus on that digitalization also have environmental consequences, and I think that will be one of the upcoming issues, that there will be much more focus on how to develop software so it doesn't have as much climate impact and environmental impact as today, how to put the requirements in a broader sense and just make efficiency to the different types of electronics. So I somehow electronics have been under the radar to some extent compared to other white goods, for example, and so on. But that will come requirements in the future related to durability and all this kind of requirements coming up.
So when we talk about futures literacy or futures thinking, it's really about thinking of in uncertain times, in a time where things are not certain anymore, and that we need to challenge our current models. And I think we can all acknowledge that we live in a time of a lot of different crises, and we need to have alternative ways of thinking about the future, and also being able to do that in a very democratic way. So a lot of times we say that we are not living in that we are living in a crisis of imagination and not of solutions, because there are a lot of solutions out there, but we don't have the brain space and the imagination to think about it differently. Another important aspect is also to in the end, to help us create new stories about the future. So in order to bring that future to life, you have to be able to imagine it and to be able to debate it. So, and obviously that's important when we talk about sustainability, because sustainability a lot of times is also about coming up with new narratives for the future as well. So in my daily work, I work a lot with organizations and companies that understand the necessity to think more long-term, that know the world is in flux and that they need to come up with alternative realities and stories to maybe rethink how they're doing things. One project I've done in collaboration with Dreamtown was helping a group of youth to rethink their environment. So they were living in an informal settlement, and they were looking at the problem of waste in their space, in their village. And from a design perspective, you would maybe start with the questions like, how might we solve waste to begin with? And how we approach it from a futures literacy is to start dreaming differently. So you really want to provoke and start to imagine alternative ways of looking at the problem, and start a lot of times with the question, what if we didn't have waste to begin with? So in that project, we had a couple of workshops where we built capacity with the youth to really own like the future more, to make sure that they could imagine new ideas that how the future might look like, and also in order to move towards it. So really different exercises, and really helping them to instead of having the future move towards them, create more ownership of shaping new futures that is also important for them long term. And I think that's one aspect that's also important from a futures thinking perspective, is really to have this responsibility long term for future generations as well, and especially that's relevant in the sustainability context as well. So how to make sure that you are not only focusing on the present, but also have this responsibility that you leave the future better for generations to come. Yeah, so we have different ways of using or of course, examples of how digitalization can help bringing futures to life. So when we think about expanding social imagination or different futures, you can of course use digital tools and assets to bring these futures to life, to make them more tangible, make them more real. And once you make them more real, you can also debate them and have discussions and dialogues which could create action and impact. So you could think about different AI tools or different ways of bringing ideas or products around a future scenario. You can bring that to life so people can touch and feel it, and really bringing it more into the reality that doesn't exist yet, to make sure that better decisions are being made as well. Another way to use digital tools as well in the exploration phase. So part of the futures is to trying to find signals of change, to really do some horizon scanning of what is actually happening now, to see changes happening, so we could actually use that to reimagine new futures as well. And of course, we can also use different digital tools to find these examples and inspiration. So also in that way, we are using a lot of digital tools as well. And then there's also this example what we did in Sierra Leone, where we had ways of where people have less digitalization, for instance, that you can also basically use your phone or to map and monitor examples of a change to really inspire your thought process later on.
So my name's David Christensen. I'm a project manager at something called BOFA. BOFA is the Waste Management Authority and service provider on the Danish island of Bornholm, which is an island in the Baltic Sea, part of Denmark. And it's kind of unique in terms of circular economy and waste management, because we run waste infrastructure. We have a waste incineration plant and landfilling and that kind of thing. And but we have a vision to turn that all off. We have a zero waste vision we want to achieve by 2032. So I'm part of our projects unit that is supporting our efforts to achieve so-called zero waste by 2032. So we've set a lot of things into motion. We have a lot of externally financed projects, and we are doing research and innovation and a bunch of different things, all aspects of recycling and waste prevention and waste and reuse, all across the board when it comes to waste on the island. In terms of international projects, I mean, really international projects, intercontinental projects, we have a couple of those we've been fortunate enough to take part in. Some time ago, we were approached by the Danish Environmental Protection Agency under the Danish Ministry of the Environment, and they had a special thing going on with Indonesia. Danish-Indonesian relations have been centered around, amongst other things, circular economy. And they had what they called an island-to-island collaboration, where they tried to capacity build in terms of waste management, circular economy, waste to energy, between two island groupings in Indonesia. It was Bali, and not Bali, Lombok, the neighboring island to Bali, and Batam, which is south of Singapore, two vastly different kind of geographies and kind of islands. And the idea was to connect them to Danish islands that are at the forefront of energy and circular economy. So we had Samsø, which is known for its energy positioning in Denmark, and then Bornholm, where we were been recognized for our zero waste vision. So when we were contracted by the Danish EPA, we were contacted and then contracted by them to carry out capacity building and peer-to-peer collaboration and learning workshops on the ground in Batam and in Lombok over the course of 3 visits. We did that last year and this year. And what we did there was we presented to local stakeholders, local waste management practitioners, what was it that we did in terms of trying to achieve zero waste, how we do our solid waste management, how do we run our daily operations, but also think ahead and how to increase our circularity on an island. And we also gained insights through these workshops into how waste was looked at, handled, and managed locally in Indonesia. I have to say, we come from an island of what, 40,000 inhabitants, which is a very small kind of island with a small populace. And when we take a look at the islands we were being matched up against in terms of solid waste management and circular economy, we're talking populations of several million, the size of Denmark itself. So there was a very big difference in terms of catchment area, in terms of population size and the whole system behind solid waste management. But one of the eye-opening things that we, as in our BOFA team, came to realize when going to a place like Lombok or Batam was, even though their catchment area and their population was massive compared to what we covered, their revenue income wasn't that high. We had more income through our waste fees, through our tipping fees, all the waste that gets to us. It just goes to show that socioeconomic conditions are very different in the developing world versus the developed world where we come from. And we have the investment capabilities to do things, and they do not necessarily down in Indonesia. What they've, on the other hand, been able to work with is working under these constraints. They're still able to mobilize local people, local NGOs. They've been able to set up systems for waste collection and waste recycling that are innovative. And it's my hope that we can continue collaborating, because there's good potential for further collaboration between Southeast Asia and Indonesia and these islands and a place like us in Bornholm. We also have similar projects in South America. We have a project with Brazilian universities and a Brazilian municipality up in the mountains that is a kind of an island in itself, where we've been able to do some exchanges, and we're trying to pave the way for research collaboration on zero waste strategies in Brazil. So BOFA and Bornholm, we're trying to make a presence felt in different parts of the world, and we go to it with the ambition level of and the desire to share from our knowledge and what we do, but also we really want to learn from others and exchange, because it's funnily enough, it's not really healthy to think of yourself as an island, because you need to be able to get resources, knowledge resources from other parts of the world in order to really make these sustainable transitions that we all want to do. Through the project that we carried out, that we executed these 3 field visits to the islands in Indonesia, we carried out a number of workshops as part of these visits, as well as site visits to see the context up front. And that in itself was designed in a way to that it was not just workshops in a dry kind of setting and modality, but we tried to be inclusive and participatory and very active with a number of active group exercises and innovation challenges that we provided the participants who came from the private sector, the government sector, and that kind of thing. So that the way that we designed it was meant to appeal to a broad range of stakeholders, and was designed to foster community support and understanding and sort of a common baseline understanding of how to carry out circularity strategies. That was our own thing, but it was, that's how we designed our project, and that's how we executed it. But to the broader question of how sustainability education can be designed for circularity in different contexts, we shared what we did, or we can say that in Bornholm and at BOFA we have what we call a school service. We have a partnership system with all the schools on our island, and we receive guests, over 3,000 a year, which is a lot for a small island like us, school children mostly. We receive them and we carry out education activities at our facilities at BOFA, so that children of all ages can get age-appropriate learning inputs on sustainable waste management and circularity. And that's something we share during these workshops with Indonesia. I know that what we received on the other end during these workshops with the Indonesian stakeholders was that a baseline environmental awareness consciousness is actually lacking. I felt a great degree of frustration among the stakeholders that people, local communities, did not simply prioritize waste management very, very highly, and that contributed to a very visible problem when you walk the streets down in a place like Indonesia, that waste is dumped, deposited on the streets and in the natural waterways all over the place, which is an issue. So in a place like Indonesia with a massive population, they have education system, but it's lacking in terms of stimulating real local engagement and a sense of collective responsibility for maintaining the environment. To their credit, I also saw, on the other hand, that a lot of the stakeholders were very passionate about their craft, very passionate about sustainability, and they were trying their utmost to stimulate community back up to sustainable change by hosting webinars with international researchers and by involving and partnering with universities to make sure that education involved local students and local people in that sense. And also keeping in mind that Indonesia is a Muslim majority country. They were also highly attentive to the fact that the leverage points for stimulating sustainable change are the local mosques and the local imams. So they found some scripts in the Quran saying that, you know, Earth is our common responsibility. We have to watch over it, and that's something that they try to use as a leverage point for promoting environmental consciousness in Indonesia. But it's an uphill battle, and they have lots of other problems to also tackle, just basic health and that kind of thing. So you can understand that for them, it's a different context, and you're up against some very pressing issues when it comes to sustainability that, of course, are also very, very important. I think you can do a lot by programming education efforts that are site-based and partnership-based, but in order to get reach, and in order to do something more than simple ad hoc online webinars and that kind of thing, it might be an idea to establish a more permanent presence and make sure that the knowledge is locked in some repository somewhere, or not even locked. It should actually be open source. It should be openly access to very many people, so that we can share us and others who are fighting the sustainability fight, and who have some good case studies to show the world that they have a place to get out with it, to reach the wider public. And there's many ways you can do this. There are existing platforms, Coursera, Udemy, that kind of thing. You can also establish your own platform. There's very, very different ways of digital education, where you can sort of pre-record something, do asynchronous pedagogy, and try to come up with case studies. We can also do it another way, where this is what we're doing a little bit. We've gained the attention of media. So media has done, international media has done a number of documentaries and podcasts and this kind of thing on Bornholm as a case study within zero waste. And that has helped us get international recognition for what we do. There's many ways you can do this. I would say that relying solely on digitalization for transformative change might not be the most ideal way of doing things, because there's no substitute for face-to-face interactions and being on the ground. But it can supplement, and it can also provide a catalytic factor for promoting and creating long-term relationships between different geographies. Digitalization has that power.
Yes, as Let's Do It World is especially an organization who is engaging the humans around the world in order to change behavior. It means raising the awareness first thing. And I'm absolutely sure that any kind of learning and education is absolutely bringing people into the action and also changing and creating the new understandings about the world. It's enabling them in really easy way to adapt new knowledges in really playful ways sometimes, engaging ways sometimes, and remotely as well if it's needed. Yes, the communities with what we are working with are actually global. We're working globally in 164 countries, not to mention that World Cleanup Day, which we are presenting, is bringing together 95% of those United Nations listed countries. Therefore, our dedicated teams have enormous possibility to work globally and to create an impact around the world. And our topic is definitely environment, which is a waste-free. And for that, we need awareness raising, we need change of behaviors. And one of the things what we have to do is definitely an education. So our teams in around the world have a massive opportunity to impact in this world through their awareness raising and education. And we are currently working on the programs, for example, in Africa, by bringing an understanding to the schools. What is the environment? How I can work on the waste, which we can see that actually it's a resource, because we have to see the waste as a resource and not to consume so much. And if we are consuming, we have to know what exactly to do with this waste, what we have been consumed. How to garden, how to plant, how to live in this world by having in our minds how I can rethink, how I can repurpose the way how I live in this world. This is all really important. And we have to start to educate the skills and knowledge inside the school. So it's supposed to be in curriculum. So our aim is to bring this knowledge and all this big platform to Africa, with using our great network there already. And also, I think one of the aim could be that it will be the curriculums of the schools. This is very important. Digitalization is absolutely very important. All the technology is really important. The development, the innovation behind of that is really important. We have to bring this kind of digital awareness also to every country, and it's enabling really simply to use and have approached different kind of materials and the knowledge, approach the communities, approach to their inspirations, and that's really needed. But at the same time, working all my life with the humans and working with huge communities around the world with all the network, I have to say that the technology is not the only solution. The best and most important solution is a human itself, its willingness to work with digitalization and digitalized solutions and technologies as well. How to do it, why to do it, to give the time and purpose to that and understanding, okay, this is what I want to change in my life. So in the end of the day, we are dealing still with the humans, with or without the technology.
participants outside, not disturbing other teams. Ehk ühesõnaga, kui teil on plaan teha küsitlusi meie hulgas, siis te võite seda üritada isikliku lähenemise võttega, aga meie siis korraldajatena ei saada teie küsimustikke teistele välja.
I think if you have sort of question that you want the input of the rest of the participants, reach out to the participants directly. Not because we don't want to help you, but there's a lot going on in the background, and if we don't have the time and then we promise you, oh yeah, we can do it, but in reality we don't deliver, that might be a problem. So I hope that you have registered already. We have still 7 seconds to go.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Done.
Great. So now we start live streaming again and welcoming all the people who are watching us online to join for the last part of the agenda today's session. So thank you very much for being back here.
Tere tulemast tagasi online vaatajatele ja jätkame põneva inspiratsiooni esinemisega ja see lõpetab ainult tänase päevaga. Kindlasti ootame teid tagasi online'is vaatama pühapäeval kell 2, kui siis on juba põnevad lõpupitšimised. Et kas lähme meie lavalt ära? Should we go now?
Can I introduce our inspirational speaker in English?
Of course, before. Yeah, please.
Thank you. It's our honor to actually have the Tallinn Technical University Dean with us tonight, Gert Järvan, to give us an inspirational presentation and talk about AI. And I just want to make a small little comment about how important is collaboration between different institutions, because we are in the premises of Tallinn University, but we have TalTech here. And again, to stress out that alone we can do some things, but together we can do much more. And I'm super excited to have Gert Järvan here. Welcome.
Ja meie järgmine inspiratsiooni esineja on TalTechi IT-teaduskonna dekaan professor Gert Järvan ja Katariina tõi väga ilusasti esile, et Eesti on väike ja meil on ka vähe ülikoole ja see on väga tore, et me teeme siis ka hariduse valdkonnas koostööd. Palun!
Okay, good evening everyone. And it's nice to see you that you're still so energetic. I want to see what happens on Sunday. Those poor guys who have to make presentations on Sunday, I don't know whether there will be any, but I guess then the audience will have a completely different mentality. Anyhow, good luck to you with your next 48 hours almost. So I hope that there will be many interesting activities and presentations happening. And now if I could get my slides as well. Oh yes, here they are coming. So my name is Gert, and as I mentioned, I'm coming from TalTech. TalTech is something like 10 kilometers from here on the suburbs of Tallinn, who are foreigners here. And we are mostly tech university. So here in Tallinn University, a lot of kind of like educational things are happening. We are more kind of hardcore people. And today I'm also going to look a little bit more into the inside of AI. I'm trying to highlight many problems what I see at the moment with AI. And I tried to carry those problems over to the educational side, educational domain. And I'm not going to give so many answers. I hope the answers are coming from you. But I tried to highlight some of the issues what I see, some of the problems what I see have to be solved, or where AI potentially can give you a lot of advantage, but we just don't know at the moment how to take advantage of AI. So let's start from the very basic. AI is actually not very new thing. Only ChatGPT suddenly brought it into the understanding of the people. But I like this definition from 2007 from John McCarthy from Stanford, where he basically said that it's obvious. AI is it is a science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. But what he highlighted is that AI is like a human, essentially, But AI don't have those boundaries what we as humans who are biological creatures, we have. So his kind of a vision or understanding was that AI is like a human, but it has much bigger capacity because it doesn't have biological restrictions. Now, that's a little bit like a science fiction, but there is a certain amount of truth in it. Now, what is AI? I think those are the most paramount features of AI. And most importantly, AI system is something that can learn. And that's the underlying principle from where we should always start. Whenever we are talking about AI-based system, we should remember AI is not coming from somewhere out of blue. It has to learn to become clever. AI should be able to deduct. It should be able to learn from mistakes. It should be able to perceive and to adapt. Current modern AI systems can do many of those things, but not all of them yet. So that's something a little bit kind of futuristic view, but that's something where we are moving. And if you try to map or to depict AI into one single picture, then Jeff Winter, I think he has been doing quite a good job trying to get kind of an understanding what is AI and how those different AI approaches are actually relating to each other. As I mentioned, the fundamental principle of AI systems is that we have to be able to, or those systems must be able to learn. So machine learning is a cornerstone of entire AI. The basic simple methods which have been there together with AI for quite a long time have been reinforcement learning, supervised learning, unsupervised learning. Those are all human-centric tasks. There, we as humans are teaching computer systems like we are doing with our children when they are going to the kindergarten and to the elementary school. The teachers or we are teaching them. But now AI has developed, become something much more bigger, and it has started to deal with deep learning. Deep learning is already something like we as humans, when we are becoming adult, we are starting to learn by ourselves. We don't necessarily need a teacher anymore. And deep learning-based systems are those where the computers are learning by themselves. And on top of those deep learning systems, we can develop those generative large language model-based systems like, for example, ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is only one kind of a very specific application of AI. AI, as you see from the picture, is something much bigger. So those basic methods, they were working very much like we as humans are doing. We are basically telling to the computer what is this information and training the computers in that way to learn different things. Like, for example, supervised learning, we are saying what is a square, what's a triangle, and finally, by the end of the day, computer learned to do this one. Or when we are having unsupervised learning, the idea was to find all different patterns. In the financial analysis, for example, a perfect tool to find some kind of curves, to find some kind of principles. And the third big class, what we saw there, was reinforcement learning, which was pretty much like a Pac-Man. When the computer did the right thing, it got a reward. When it was doing a wrong thing, it got slapped into there against the fingers. So those were the basic methods which have been developed already quite a long time ago. And from there, we have those applications where what we are calling sometimes also narrow AI. And narrow AI is to fulfill a very specific task. For example, classical examples, image processing. We want to identify from the video stream a car. That's a classical narrow AI process. Or language processing, statistical analysis, all kinds of recommender systems that you can find in Google, Amazon, recommending you to buy yet another thing. Or when we are looking here in Estonia, in the public sector, we are having something which is called Kratid, bureaucrat, for example. That's also one example of kind of a narrow AI. They are becoming bigger and bigger, but they originally started as narrow AI. As I mentioned, AI is actually as long or as old as computer science in general. Alan Turing, the father of the modern computer science, was the very first guy talking about AI. When we are going back to 1997, Deep Blue generated a huge fuss in the world. Oh, computer is playing against Garry Kasparov. That was also one example of AI. Then came Siri, Alexa, and people were taking them very naturally that, oh, we have wonderful tools. Very few actually understood that there is also AI behind those tools. Only when this year some kind of a hell broke loose. Which was, exactly 1 year ago, 22 November, ChatGPT came. That's till date IT solution which has got the fastest traction in public domain. In 2 months, ChatGPT had 100 million users. For iPhone, it took 3 years. So there is an enormous difference how those technologies came into the use. Just some beautiful examples, you have to show pictures when you are doing presentations. So here is just as an illustration. So they took a task, took 3 different tools and asked them all to draw a picture, or 4 pictures, depicting a panda playing a piano in Paris on warm summer night. 3 different systems, 3 different interpretations, but you can all see kind of a key elements which are saying that it's Paris, it's summer, it's a piano, and there is a panda. So at the moment, as we are speaking, we see very many those different large language models, like, for example, ChatGPT. So those are from OpenAI. Then Google has developed its own Palm. Meta or Facebook has Llama. Chinese Baidu has Ernie. And those are coming one after another. Now, one of the bad things, what we see here, is that all those large language models, first, they are not coming from Europe. Second thing, they are coming all from big multinational corporations, which means that the next tool set what we have available, or the tool sets what we have available in the AI domain, they're actually all controlled by some overseas corporations. And here in Europe, we are really at the moment lagging behind. We don't have companies who are developing large language models. We don't have any kind of serious research effort here. So that's something that's kind of really like alarm bell for Europe, that, okay, we have to do something and we have to do something fast. So what's the catch? As I mentioned, in the past, there was machine learning, where human was teaching a computer what to do. For those large language models, the computers are learning by themselves. And it's based on something which is called deep learning. And this deep learning is applied on something which is so-called deep neural networks. And the deep neural network, when we are taking a very loose interpretation, it looks a little bit like a human brain. We have neurons. Those neurons are exchanging information. And as a result, the computer learns to do something and finally gives you an output. Now, one has to remember that whenever we are talking about ChatGPT, there is no intelligence behind ChatGPT. There is only mathematical formulas. So whenever it produces you text, there is no wisdom behind. There is pure mathematics. And what it means by pure mathematics, it means rules. It's a rule-based world. So, of course, statistical variations, etc., but there is no intelligence whatsoever. And as I mentioned, those... It doesn't work, doesn't matter. So small bullets there, they are like neurons in human brains. And in the AI context, they are called parameters. And now when we are looking at those most famous models, the models, for example, which are behind ChatGPT, GPT 3.5, GPT-4, which was released in March this year, then you see how huge they are. GPT-3, which was released 2 years ago, had 175 billion parameters. So 175 those small nodes exchanging information, doing this complex math, what you can see down there. That was 2 years ago. And for training GPT-3 models, they used 45 terabytes of training data, which is roughly 300 million pages of text. Now, when we are fast forwarding to GPT-4, released this spring, then this one has around 1 trillion parameters. And they are growing this model continuously with an aim to grow up to 100 trillion neurons. And here is a comparison. For example, when you're listening Jaan Aru, people from Estonia have probably heard his name. He's a neuroscientist working very much also in the borderline in between human and artificial intelligence. Then definitely we cannot compare any AI models to the human brain, but just to understand the complexity, we can do this kind of comparison. And if you're looking at the human brains, and human brain has around 86 billion neurons, and each neuron has around 10,000 synapses. When we are looking at GPT-3, it was around 1/5,000th of human brain. GPT-4 is starting to grow to the same order of complexity as a human brain. It's a very loose comparison, but it gives you some kind of a better understanding about how big models we are talking about. And here on the right-hand side, you can see this kind of a small comparison. So the GPT-3 model is this very small white dot there, and GPT-4 is this huge balloon next to it. So it shows how much the complexity of the models has grown over the last 2 years. And it all comes with a cost. It comes with a huge cost. So GPT-4 model is so-called $100 million model, because development of this model took around $100 million. At the moment, the large companies, I don't know how much Elon Musk spent for his best AI, what was released only last week, but at the moment they're talking about $1 billion models. So those models, what we are all using here, who is paying like $24 per week or per month for the GPT-4, it comes with a huge cost on development side. And it's good. It's really good. Here are some examples. They let those different GPT-3 and 4 models to take different tests, university tests, school tests, and so on. There are many numbers. You can find them all online by a small Googling. But let's take a look of one specific exam. If you want to come to the university from abroad, you usually have to take this so-called GRE test, Graduate Record Examination Test. When you want to come to Taltech, then you should have quantitative 150 points, verbal 145, and writing 3.0. GPT-4 is accepted to Taltech with no questions asked. It shows how good it is on verbal text-based text generation. So this one is really something, when we are talking about specific things, it's really good. So in some sense, those large language models, they are really great, and they are much more capable than humans are, because they can learn so fast. GPT-4 has basically read the entire internet. It knows everything, theoretically. But then also, if you're looking at your pocket calculator, it does much better than you are doing. Is it like some kind of superior tool? No, it's just one of the many tools what we are using. So exactly, large language models as one tool for you to solve your tasks. And now here we start to jump into the educational domain, that we don't have to think about large language models as some kind of a substitution of human. No, it's just one tool in your hand, what you can actually do, which can help you in your everyday life. They can generate marvelous text, for example, but they have been trained and designed in a way that you are going to believe this text, what is written. And in order to this one, then, for example, it omits a lot of facts, because large language models are not very good on facts. So in order to be more convincing, it doesn't show you that it might be lying. Facts are easy to check. Anything else is already more difficult. Sorry. And at the same time, when we are looking at those texts, we don't see many human aspects. We don't see emotions. We don't see cognition. There is no physical sensing of the world. The text is completely, how to say, autonomous. The text has no idea what is happening outside of this room. It has no cause-consequence reasoning. It has no idea when we are going to propose something, what we are actually going to get back. Not to mention forward planning, which is not present in this kind of models. And from there, from the large language models, we can theoretically move over to this so-called domain of artificial general intelligence, which is all those horror stories where AI is going to take over the world. What it is AGI. Is it like a computer system which has abstract thinking? Is it a computer system which has a common sense? Is it the one which can finally start to reason? We don't know. And people are also having very different views what this AGI can be. For example, Sam Altman, with 2 months difference, his view on AGI was very different. For one moment, he was saying that for me, AGI is equivalent of a median human that you could hire as a co-worker. That was his interpretation of AGI. 2 months later, AI systems that are generally smarter than humans. So your median human is definitely way below this second sentence. So this understanding of AGI is transforming very rapidly, and that's something which is at the moment probably the most controversial thing in the world, that where it all goes to. We don't know. We don't know what happens in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, 15 years' time. By the way, this one on the right-hand side, HAL 9000, is coming from this very famous Stanley Kubrick movie, Space Odyssey, where the computer was taking over the spaceship and tried to kill the crew. So that's the singularity, technology taking over the world. So, what are the challenges? That's something what I was telling, that I'm not going to give you answers. I'm going to just to highlight many problems that you have to tackle. So, AI is far from being perfect. With AI, we have very many things. So whenever you're going to develop your AI-based system, you should not forget that there are many problems associated with AI. First, something what I already mentioned, hallucination. AI models do not know facts. We are not teaching them facts. They are learning those facts as a byproduct of the learning process. As a result of this one, they hallucinate, which means that they are giving you sometimes complete rubbish, factual rubbish. They're making perfect text, and if they don't know the facts, they're just filling the gaps with some random information. Alignment. Alignment is an issue related to the human values. We as humans, we are having some kind of values what we are carrying around us. It's related to our culture, it's related to our background, it's related to social norms. Sorry, AI has no idea about those things because it's a statistical model. When it's going to generate text, it's not having those guidelines. Yes, they are spending a lot of work on making those models better to actually teach those guidelines. But actually now, if you're thinking about your own life, you have gained so much experience from, not from the books, but from your life, from your parents, from your surroundings, and AI don't have this kind of a thing. Bias. Bias means that AI models are going to reinforce those things which are dominant. In English, it's very simple to illustrate. I'll give you directly also example in Estonian. In English, some jobs are more associated with male and with some female. So, for example, it's very common that when AI model is generating a text which carries, for example, I don't know, a person who is a nurse, and nurses are predominantly female, then AI model always labels all nurses automatically as females, because that's a statistical likelihood of having more females than male. Estonian, which is gender-neutral language, we can have even more interesting examples. Where is this? Now here on the right. It basically says that a professor married a student because one was pregnant. So who was pregnant? And AI basically answers, professor cannot be pregnant because pregnancy is a physiological condition which is known only for females. So it means that the student was pregnant. You see the bias. It has automatic assumption that the professor is like me, middle-aged, white man, broad, bold, who is It's kind of a statistical, typical stereotype, and it's going to reinforce them. It's going to put them into kind of a center. and therefore, whenever you're developing, for example, also educational solutions based on large language models, you have to be aware that there are some very weird things potentially coming out. Privacy security, not to mention, don't put anything private, anything sensitive into the public models, because you don't get this information never back. It's going to be staying there, and it's going there forever. Ethical things, same thing. So what AI brings to us, and especially in the context of education. So large language models are at the moment really good for dealing with intellectually boring text-related tasks. For example, in Taltech, we have developed a speech-to-text software which takes speech from the room, puts it together, and then together with GPT-4 makes a perfect memo of the meeting. You have a 1-hour meeting, many people are talking, and then final system makes like a 5-minute overview of what was discussed in the meeting. A perfect example of doing kind of a boring task much more efficient. But we cannot trust AI when it comes to the facts, because there it's definitely not, as I mentioned before. And another thing, large language models are black boxes. We don't know what is coming out from there in unknown situations. It can really surprise you sometimes. And now when we are thinking a little bit more, let's take students, whatever, 10-year-old, 20-year-old, 50-year-old. There is a very big temptation that instead of writing your own text, you are going to use all those wonderful tools what we have available in the world. And now suddenly we are there on the borderline. What is previously intellectually boring, whether it makes us intellectually lazy, because there is a very small step from doing those boring tasks with ChatGPT, while when you're starting to overuse them, you're suddenly becoming intellectually lazy because you're not doing any text production by your own. So what is the solution there? How we can actually get rid of this one? Now the problem is that definitely humans cannot compete with algorithms, because as I mentioned, GPT-4 has read the entire internet. There is nothing unknown for it. We as humans, we have never such a factual understanding. We don't have so many knowledge, etc. But we have something which is so-called emotional intelligence. We have the ethics. We have the responsibility. So we as humans can actually produce those texts which have those values what the computers don't have. We understand justice. We understand diversity. Again, those examples what I was doing previously. And we can make people happy if we are using those tools correctly. Then different surveys have suggested that, for example, Copilot, which is available in software engineering, can not only make software developers much more productive, but it can also make them much less frustrated. So using the tools in the right way can help us in many different ways. So, at the moment, the tools what we have never ever had so much computing power, storage, computational capacity in our life, which means that we can carry those devices wherever, into whatever context. Computing has really become kind of pervasive and enables us to develop those AI-based stuff for any situation. And now comes the tricky part. Can we actually hold on? Can we actually follow all those technology developments? You are going to develop here many different, intelligent, interesting solutions. But now think about the users. They are getting yet another tool. Can they actually learn it? How can they use it? So think about this usage perspective as well. To start to conclude, I just want to also scare you a little bit. Watch out. AI, as I mentioned, first it's quite expensive, but another thing is it's also not coming from free. It's not coming free from the energy perspective. AI is going to eat a lot of energy in the future. And here are just some numbers, what is the situation of today and what's going to look in 2030. In 2030, probably the computer-based systems, and that's mostly driven by AI-based race at the moment, is going to eat 1/5 of the all world energy consumption. It's an enormous amount of enormous number. So when we are talking here in Estonia, do we need a nuclear power plant? We probably need a couple of them. So I asked AI to draw what the future classroom looks like. I didn't get anything interesting back. Do you see there something revolutionary? I don't see. But that's what Tallinna was showing. So, in the future, to conclude, basically, information is out there. We have at the moment an enormous amount of information available online. Computers can learn it on speed of light. But the question is, what do they actually learn? Because the information has very many different sides. And now comes those 3 classical questions what probably you should answer in next couple of days. For what we should use our brain, for what we should use our teachers, or what becomes out of the teachers, and what comes out of the classroom, school, university, any common learning space. The universities do not have the information monopoly anymore. The information monopoly is somewhere. There is no monopoly. Information is everywhere. Anyone can access. So what should we do? And then what happens with those disciplines? What happens with engineering? What happens with social sciences? Take ChatGPT. Well, no one needs to write any books, maybe. I disagree. I think humans can still write better books than any AI system is going to do. So, to conclude, just the last sentence. Keep it simple for humans and let the computers do the hard work. So I have exactly 1 minute, but if there are any questions, then probably we can have a few minutes for questions as well. So, thank you.
So would you like to give some time for questions?
There is one question, please.
I think there are like different sides of the same thing, and one thing what people have been really discussing recently quite heavily is related to this fact that every day basically we have new tools available, new approaches available, and we as humans, we cannot even keep up on this development speed. So the technology is kind of running away from us, making the number of choices becoming so big that we don't know anymore what to do. We are just grabbing on something. And this one is finally, people are arguing that it's actually not leading to the optimal solutions because we just don't know what to choose. We are just taking anything, and we finally might end up with very bad choices. So with AI, yeah, the fact that we are having like so many different, I don't know, your question was basically like about the solutions, what we can basically get from there, or maybe you can elaborate a little bit. No, I don't think that AI is not being able to choose something, because AI is a mathematical model. It's going to choose something. Yeah, it has to give like some kind of a solution for you. The question is now that how the models are trained, that whether it's going to have some kind of a specific solutions all the time, whether that how much predictability you can have in the system, basically. That at the moment when we are looking at them as black boxes, then we can get very different solutions. We sometimes don't know what kind of solution we are going to get. But if the model is getting too complex, it can also choose a different approach, that we are always giving some kind of a specific answer, which might not be necessarily true. But still, this field of predictable AI is enormously open research topic. And that's where the computer scientists are spending a huge amount of time, how to make AI predictable.
Last question.
I would ask, imagine if you have AI trained on your best professors in Caltech, would you allow this AI to teach students and assess students?
No. I give you a slightly longer answer. I had this summer a wonderful experience. I spent half a day with social scientists from the very same university here, from Tallinn University. And then in one moment they came up with a great idea. Hey, let's take all our research and feed it into the ChatGPT. Why? Because then our students will get answers from our work. They start to cite. The only problem is that with ChatGPT, it's very hard to actually trace it down from where it got the information, because it's really lazy on putting references. So coming back to your questions, that if I would let AI to assess, then you can use definitely AI for assessing something which is very clear, very straightforward. But when it comes to kind of more complex things where you have to evaluate text, for example, or some kind of non-formulated information, then you can have very different results on different time moments. So the students would not get fair treatment. That's again related to this unpredictability, basically.
Great. Thank you very much, Kate. Please give a big applause. We have a gift for you.
Oh.
So yes, you cannot leave. It's not an AI tool and it's not AI produced, but it's some little treat for all this knowledge and your contribution to our program.
I like good old stuff.
Great.
Traditional things.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ja ma prooviksin siis eestikeelse kokkuvõtte teha, kui raske see saab olla. Et professor Gert Järvan rääkis sellest, et kuigi tehisaru on meist targem, peab olema, ta on kogu interneti läbi lugenud, meie veel ei ole. Et siis on sellest hoolimata asju, kus meil on inimesena teatud eeliseid, et meil on emotsionaalne intelligentsus, meil on eetilised põhimõtted ja lisaks sellele ei saa aru ka tehisaru faktidest. Nii et peaks mõtlema, et kas vähemasti esialgu ei saaks me siis inimestena võtta seda tehisaru, näiteks keelemudeleid kui ühte töövahendeid, et ilmselt ka taskukalkulaator on meist targem teatud mõttes ja me saame temaga siiski hakkama. Küll aga juhtis siis esineja tähelepanu päris ohtlikule trendile, et kõik need tehisaru, vähemasti ka siis keelemudelid, on arendatud mitte Euroopas asuvate rahvusvaheliste korporatsioonide poolt ja eks me saame siit juba ise edasi mõtelda, et kui me nüüd küsime midagi tehisaru käest, et mida ta tulemuseks annab, ehk et siis olid ka mõned päris ilmekad näited sellest, kuidas tehisaru ütleb, et õde on alati naissoost ja professor on alati meessoost. Nii et lõpetuseks julgustas esineja meid siis mõtlema, mitte nüüd konkreetselt, et kuidas me teeme siis vastavat tööriista, vaid pigem sellele, kuidas saab siis nägema tuleviku klassiruum välja ja milline on siis meie tehnilise lahenduse roll selles. Et mitte nii hästi võib-olla kui AI poolt, aga siiski.
Thank you very much. And I think it was very difficult to get to... Yes, thank you. Give it to her. Definitely. I think there were so many months and very important information over there, but it's very difficult by listening to comprehend and be so great. Maybe you're an AI in the new ChatGPT 5.
Who knows, but now we have to talk about...
Yes, now we have to get let's start the hacking started, not the partying for this Friday, but you have a lot of work to do and a lot of hacking to do. So what's going to happen? First, one thing that you have to do is to register your team in the first place with a QR code that you can find also in the registration table and the room that you're going to work all of the night or until the time that you want to get together with your team. So some practical details, like you can stay in this room until 10:30, and all the doors are closing at 11, so that restricts your access to the other rooms at the university. So when the time comes, please make sure that you have all your belongings with you and you go to the allocated space. At 11, as I said, all the doors are closed, restricting access to other buildings, and the working rooms are located in the Mare building that you can access from the stairs, from the place that the dinner was served. You go on the right, on the stairs, and then you can access Mare building on the third floor. And there you can use the rooms all night long. Before we get to your question, I see there are some hands raised. Maybe a microphone can go close to there. Maybe, Janika, you want to translate them in Estonian to make sure that everybody has access to the info.
Et nüüd, kus te olete oma meeskonnad kokku saanud, siis registreerumislaua juures valige endale ruum, märkige oma tiimi nimi ära ja saate meeskonnaga minna sinna ruumi tööle. Nüüd Astra maja, kus me praegu asume, ja Terra maja läheb kell 11 kinni. Et 10:30 tulevad meie öövalvurid ja siis pakuvad teile võimalust minna ümber Maaremajja 3. korrussele, kus on teil siis olemas võimalus öö läbi tööd teha. Kes ei soovi öö läbi tööd teha, minge palun koju ja tulge kella 9 siis hommikuputru sööma. Ja kui te olete siis öösel Maaremajast lahkunud, et siis sissepääsu kahjuks enam ei ole. Nii et teil on võimalus valida, kas häkkida 10:30 õhtul, minna magama ja tulla 9 tagasi, või kes on väga tõsised tegijad, siis öövalvurite juhendamisel liigute Maaremaja 3. korrussele, kus teil on siis kõik võimalused ööseks häkkimiseks. Kes tellisid endale majutuse, olete majutuse juba kätte saanud või pöörduge korraldajate poole, et siis ülikoolis magamist ei toimu. Can you translate it?
Of course, I can. I will start from the end. So, first of all, you cannot sleep within the university. If you have booked accommodation, then the accommodation is available for you. If you need more information, Elisa-Britt, I'm sure she has a lot of info and input to give you. Go home and sleep at some point. Don't have to work all night because tomorrow it's also a very intense day and the day after. So it's great that you start and you have the passion, but consider also that. Astra building, where we are currently on, will be closed, as I said, at 11, not allowing you to go outside, not allowing you to sleep, neither to go to Mare building to work. So being mindful about the time. And small... what is the word in English? I cannot remember it now. I remember it in Greek. Palusin. Ma tahan paluda.
Yeah, I want to beg you.
Yeah, to just thank you. to leave the space as you found it, so that it's great that Tallinn University has given us their premises, and let this event happen next year, so they will not say, we don't want to give to these dirty people. So yes, let's keep it clear. Let's keep it korraldatud, organized and nice. I don't know why this has happened now.
We can change the rules.
Yeah, maybe we can play that around tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Give a big applause to all of you. It was a great pleasure, and we have made it.
Ja kui on praegu